I'm shaking. I can't believe it. It's here. It's been 8 years. My body can't take the excitement. Metroid Prime 4 has finally released after a very, very long hiatus. The Prime series' last entry was back on the Wii in 2007. So, Metroid Prime, as this specific franchise is gone, we haven't had a new title in close to 20 years. We've gotten plenty of Metroid since. I mean, we had both Metroid Dread in 2021, and then the Metroid Prime Remastered release on Switch in 2022. So, Metroid fans have had games in the wait time, but this game was literally one of the most... what happened to it? Entries in the whole franchise for many years. Announced originally in 2017 for the original Nintendo Switch, then went into hibernation at that point because this game had some trouble development to a stage where they had to completely scrap whatever they were making and start new in 2019, shifting studios to Retro Studios, the one who originally made the Prime games. And now, finally this year, we have the release of Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, even with a new subtext. I'm going to be starting this night playing the game on the Switch 2 specifically. I will want to look on the Switch 1, see how this game looks and performs there. But I'm going to be playing around with this game. First few hours, going to give our little first impressions of Prime 4. I haven't played the Prime games in a few years. The most recent one I did play through fully was Prime 1, and that was in 2023. So I'll be a little rusty when it comes to some of the lore. I remember a decent amount over the years, but it's just really excited. Again, the excitement. You can feel it. It's been a very long time, and I'm glad to finally be jumping back into a Prime game. Let's go ahead and do that, shall we? Hey there, Ethan and Metroid Zeta. How you doing? I've heard mixed things from fans about this one. I won't know exactly how this plays until I get in myself. I know some people are a little mixed about the open world, but I have an open mind for this kind of stuff. I won't know how it is until I play it myself. But I'm going to start. This game has two options, a quality mode and performance mode. I'm going to start with the quality mode first. This is 4K at 60 frames per second. I want to swap it to performance later into the playthrough, and that is also when I'm going to swap over to using the dropped controller, the Joy-Con, so I can try mouse mode, because I'm wondering how that's going to work with this game. I'm worried about some of the mappings, just because of other games I play with mouse control. Either they work fine, or they give me carpal tunnel. So I am going to start with the Pro Controller, and then move into the performance mode for the 120 FPS with Joy-Con. We can always change this later. I feel like I'm watching a trailer for an upcoming movie right now. And it's just the title screen. Very flashy. I'm just glad this day is finally here. Again, we heard about this in 2017. And by heard, I mean we got a title, and that's it. They announced this game way too early, I feel. Nintendo wasn't sure how long the development would take, but they needed some smash hits when the Switch 1 first came out. And Metroid was a very dormant series in 2017. So that's why they chose to bring the series back with a Prime 4 announcement, and then also later on, in the same exact day they announced Prime 4 at E3 2017, we got a look at Metroid Samus Returns, the remake of the Game Boy title on 3DS. So we heard a lot about Metroid, and then this game went into dormancy. So we got 3 different difficulties, although we can only access 2. So I'll have to beat the game to get hard mode. That's a little annoying, but not really too big of a deal. Casual's combat difficulties reduced. Save stations restore both health and ammo. That's actually really nice. But so does normal. I'm gonna pick normal, obviously. Don't really need the casual mode on this one. In the year 20X9, man, this almost feels like an intro to a Mega Man game. Turns to defeat Samus and the Galactic Federation. Silex and his army does something. I didn't get a chance to read the whole thing. It is believed that the space pirates are being controlled by Metroids that have the ability to fuse with other life forms and control their minds. Now, on planet Tanamar, I believe, in the Desolate System, another Federation resource facility is being attacked. Galactic Federation HQ received their distress call and dispatched Samus, who is on a reconnaissance mission nearby. At me, I'm coming in with my ship. How's the ship looking, this one? Yeah, it's the Prime 3 ship. I should mention, outside of a trailer here and there, I've seen nothing about this game. I'm going in completely blind because I know they spoil a good amount of the intro stuff in later trailers, so I avoided all that. I know some people aren't a fan of certain NPCs in this, but I don't know who they are, and I won't find out until I get to that part. I should mention, this stream is also going to be filled with spoilers. The game just came out today, so watch this with caution if you want to play the game yourself, for obvious reasons. I'm not going to be playing too much of the game overall, obviously just a few hours in, so do not talk about the ending, obvious reasons there. I'm probably going to be playing until past the tutorial, into like the big meat of the game. These intros look really nice. I gotta give him that. Coming in for a landing. Here we go. It's time. It's time to play as Metroid himself. I wonder how many people I made upset with that comment. Alright, so what's the controls by default? Because I didn't change anything, I just jumped right in. It's the normal dual stick control from Prime Remastered. Can I pause right now? Yeah, there we go. So I can open up the map and I can see things. I'm also going to mention I have none of the amiibo. That's another thing that's a little controversial. We'll get into it when we get to the open world stuff probably, but don't have any of the figures to use for this. I'm sorry to hear though, Metroid Zia, that you didn't really like the game too much. I will say, tone back some of the negativity in the chat, because I understand you don't really like it too much. Just don't spoil the very specific parts. Again, I've not played any of this. I've gone in completely blind, so I don't really want to know about the later half of the game. Oh, solid backdrop. Okay, I'm going to turn that on just to make it easier for people to see the subtitles on stream. That's a really good thing. Device type headphones. Why would we set the headphones by default? I guess it only affects it when you're using headphones, because some games have this option as a global setting, which I don't like, but if it's just, I'm not hearing any difference right now. I'm going to leave it as it is. This is what I want to see. Control scheme. It's the dual stick fusion. So this uses a mix of dual aiming with sticks and mouse mode. This is pointer functionality, which is very similar to how the Wii game's controlled, and also still going with mouse mode stuff, I can tell. So I guess I'll stick with the dual stick functionality. I'm going to flip-flop between controllers in general. There's your enable motion. Turn that on. There's a lot of options with this. That's really good to see. But what about, I saw it here, enable motion control for lock-on free aim. Okay, so it's on by default. I might tweak that depending on how things feel. Spring ball. I noticed some block settings, so we'll have to play more of the game to unlock that. Yeah, there's your motion. Okay, so X is scan visor in this. I'm gonna apologize if the camera seems shaky just because of me using the motion controls. I don't know what's going to count for a scan log. I don't know what's missable or not. The first playthrough, I'm definitely not getting everything. That's a guarantee. Usually getting everything requires multiple playthroughs in a game like this. It seems like, yeah, from what I'm seeing so far, you can use motion control like the Wii. It'd probably feel more natural if I'm not using the Joy-Con, or not the Pro Controller. I will say, I think until I get to that, I'm not liking the motion too much for Pro Controller. It's just a personal preference. So I'm going to turn it off for now. We will turn it back on later, as I'm going to be using a different controller for that. But for right now, let's go in and turn it off. I don't want to give people motion sickness just to start, because it's very, very twitchy.
I can't believe it. It's Samus. It's really her.
Oh, I see also, I'm catching back up the chat a little bit. You got a tablet yesterday after you heard about the RAM situation. That's probably for the best. Because, again, if you want anything technology-wise, it does seem like you're going to want to get it sooner rather than later. I'm just worried about prices. Prices of things are going to get really bad soon.
Samus, you made it. Command needs you to secure a sensitive artifact.
I'm going to turn that volume down by like 2 dB. Game's a little loud in some sections. If it's too loud, let me know and I'll adjust the volume. Alright, now we got the map. Map data. Yep. I know how maps work, thank you. Just like any other Metroid Prime map. Very similar design, not too surprised there. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
We'll hold position here. Go get him, Samus.
Interesting, you have to open a door with a scan visor this time. 'Cause that's not a thing in any of the other Prime games, to my knowledge. Hang on, no, how do you use the missile? Should be this button? Yeah, there you go. Oh, I can still use motion controls while I'm aiming. I'm just not doing the freeform motion. That's interesting. I don't know how effective that's gonna be, though. Because you have this lock style, and then that's when you can use motion. Alright, so it's probably better I have motion off for now. Because that kind of motion control scheme is going to be better with Joy-Con. Lenovo TAD Gen 3. Got it for $349, or $379, excuse me. That's pretty good, yeah. I got an iPad 10th Gen last year for Christmas. That holds up really well. I noticed tablets around the $300 to $400 range seem to do better than anything lower than that. I've used plenty of like $100 Android tablets and want to throw them in the garbage after a month. So it sounds like that should be a relatively good tablet. And plus, it's a name I know of. Lenovo is a name I've used a lot over the years for tech. I can vouch for it. And here come more space pirates. Man, can I have that suit? Oh, I noticed I can't do, like, the little side dash back and forth. That doesn't work on this. I got rid of that mechanic, surprising. Well, thankfully I have a double jump, so I can just leave. I have more than enough missiles to start. I think this is the most, in terms of a missile count, I've ever seen starting out in a Metroid game. You usually only have like 5. We don't want to be that guy. Oh, you start with Boost Ball. Okay, that's going to make moving around a lot better. Energy Tank, right in the tutorial section. Interesting. Well, they make the same sound as Prime 1. That's the same cry. That makes you feel nostalgic. Anything else in here? Seems like we're good. Wait, was it wanting? I wasn't reading that. Okay, so aim and then shoot. Oh, because it's wanting me to hit the dots, that's why. I wasn't even paying attention to that for a second. That's like the Seeker missile style doors from like Prime 2. Except I didn't have Seekers, I just did it with my arm. There we go. Let me in.
Get that artifact on the bird, now!
Careful! I need to secure this thing.
We're out of time. Let's go! Protect the artifact!
Get down!
Oh, it's a Metroid. Well, get screwed, buddy. I think that made things worse, not better. Well, that's not good. The dude fused with a Metroid, didn't even know it was possible. Let's see what this thing's called. The Aberax. So, large official space-powered army. Metroid fusion has resulted in a loss of free will and the formation of beam projected lasers on its chest. Great! Everyone loves to see that. So we're gonna have to destroy the Metroid cores on it now. Is it not working with my missile? No, it's just that's a shield. I gotta wait for it to stop glowing. This free aim is very interesting. I actually really like this concept. Because you can do something similar in like Prime 1 through 3 with Wii controls, but it's a setting. So by default, you just stay locked on with your cursor. You don't have the free movement. You have to turn that on. But this is just on by default, and this works really well. And it doesn't just need to be motion, it can be anything. Stick control, motion control. So aiming in this does feel a lot more intuitive. I would hope so after like 20 years from the last entry, having a whole new control scheme to work with 2 analog sticks. You're way too close. I gotta move away. This is better. Oh, now he's got shields. He's become more self-aware. There we go. So now all I gotta do is probably hit the core in the center. That should be it, because that was 4 different cores on his body. You still can do the dash. Okay, so you have to double tap it this time. That's kind of weird. It's gonna take time to get used to, but it works. I was gonna say, why would that be removed? That's such a weird mechanic to remove from your arsenal. No, what's this? Is it the man himself? It is. Silex. If you got 100% in Metroid Prime 3, this guy was hinted to still be alive, and he's from Metroid Prime Hunters, a DS game. The plot of Prime Hunters pretty much tells you all these specific characters were supposed to be killed. But this one survived. At least that's what I assume, because Prime Hunters is the only game I never beat. I played a good amount of it, but that was like 20 years ago at this point, so I'm struggling to remember a lot. Alright, what happened? And why do I feel oozy? We get more phase on in us? Thought we were past that phase. No, we're just kind of somewhere else. Okay. We're not in the Galactic Federation anymore. We're here, wherever here is. Oh, thank God. The title card in my forehead told me we're at the Chrono Tower. Various suit malfunction, multiple systems offline. Ah, crap. Well, I mean, at least that was a little bit better explained than Prime 1, but this is still a cop-out answer for losing our powers. We are completely naked. No powers. I mean, well, apparently we still have this. At least I didn't take away the morph ball. Spring ball doesn't work anymore, though. Hey, Jay Hazen, how you doing? Now, you see, that's where I'm getting where the mixed opinions are for this, because earlier we had someone in here say, this game not good. You're saying this game is good. I'm glad to hear that. That's why I just really wanted to play this myself, because I know this has been a concerning title from when it was shown, but at least from what I was seeing, it was something I know I would enjoy. I'm just worried about the open world. That's the only part I don't know about. But so far, I am enjoying what I'm playing, even though I am still in the tutorial, so can't say much about that. What is this thing? Can I scan? Analysis implies as mechanical variant. Okay. That tells me literally nothing. Well, it's a freaky creature. Guess that's gonna do something. Yeah, we're really gonna have to fill out that scan log of it's weird alien technology, like the rest of this franchise is known for. Hey, Kira, how you doing? I do feel like also there's a little bit of that too going on with Metroid Prime 4. Expectations are set very high, because it's been a very long time since this game was announced, let alone even the last entry in this franchise for Prime specifically. And a lot of people, we were talking about it last night during Mario Kart, a lot of people were thinking a game that got an 8 out of 10 is considered bad. This game scored an 8 out of 10 and people were saying it's the worst in the franchise, which I don't understand that mentality. That's just being a little over negative. I get it, it might not be your thing, but an 8 out of 10 is still a solid game. It's just going to be very different from what a lot of people are used to. And I think that's going to be the biggest problem going in. Let me in. Let me in! Because I'm not allowed in there yet. Roll this way. Not allowed there yet. Go this way again. Let me see if I can scan the thing in the center. Unknown hologram technology. No matches found in local database. Oh, there's a little path down here. Here we go. This is giving me a lot of Halo vibes right now. Like, this creature flying around always reminds me of the drone from Halo 1. I'm just gonna follow him to make sure that I'm not gonna screw up any sequence right now, because there's very specific things I gotta do in this area for the doors to open. I just wanna make sure I don't go the wrong way and then this little orb doesn't do its job. Yeah, that's probably, I think, a big issue from a lot of people. At least in gaming as a whole, I've been noticing more. If a game isn't perfect, apparently it's trash, which is a terrible mindset to have. It's starting to get to a point now where every game apparently is bad in some people's eyes, and it's just... I think it's just rage bait for rage bait in some cases. Some people have legitimate arguments about it, and I can understand that. Like, if you don't like something because it's not like your forte with gameplay or whatever, that's one thing. But if you're just saying it's bad because of the FOMO effect of jumping on the same bandwagon as everyone else, I don't agree with that. That, to me, just sounds like you're rage baiting for a conversation. Oh, what's this? A thing has invaded my mind. Or did I invade its mind? I don't know. Space is weird. Feels like people went into the game not wanting to like it, if it makes sense. Yeah, it does. Some people, I think, because of how the trailers were shown, there was concern about how the game plays. At least in terms of the open world stuff. Some people went into the game with a bad mindset to begin with, and it just kind of led into like this hate conversation. Because there was some hate about the game before it released, and nobody played it. So they're saying this section's going to play bad because I don't think this is good. Like, those are the arguments I was hearing with the open world during trailer showcases of all things. So it just kind of, I think, boils down to what you're even saying too, Jay Hazen. People were going in not wanting to like it because of what they saw and then jumping on a bandwagon. Chosen One, our savior. We give you this. I'm purple. Is that it? You just gave me purple? Apparently now, no, it's more than just that. More the visor change. We have access to the latent psychic powers residing within us. Apparently, Samus is now a psychic. Sure. So now we have access to a psychic beam and a psychic visor. Open the menu with the minus button, check the inventory for more info. Now that's cool. Because the big gimmick about this game is more than just your traditional scanning and gunplay that the Prime series is known for, because of the psychic attribute. you use the Force. You know that joke you made earlier saying, man, this new Star Wars game looks good? I think they're not getting away from these allegations now, because it's almost one-to-one with the Force powers. All I need now is a lightsaber. Elevator. Okay. What hologram? Oh, it was just that one. I was gonna say, I tapped it. What's going on? Keep predicting the future. It's like you have the psychic powers too. It doesn't really work that well when you don't have the powers. You just look like an idiot holding your hand up. Welcome. I'm that thing. Not even gonna try. Not even gonna try. The last surviving priest of the Lamorne. You're the chosen one foretold in the ancient prophecy. We, the Lamorne, will cease to exist. However, by preserving our history and knowledge for the future, the Lamorne spirit will keep on living. Chosen one, carry out our legacy from this planet, Veros, to a new world. This is your mission, and the last hope of the Lamorne. The Master Teleporter is located in the pinnacle above us. It is needed to journey to a new world. To use it, you must first collect 5 key. God! Temple keys are back! I shall mark the key locations here. Chosen one, first travel to our temple. Touch this ball of light. Alright, what am I gonna lose? Yeah, I answered that question, Jay Hazen. Right now, we're trying graphics mode. I'm going to be playing performance mode here in a little bit. I wanted to wait until the game got more open for that, because then we can really test how the frame rate handles things. Because I'll say, this game will look great in 4K 60. I'm playing on a 1080p screen, so I don't notice. The game is still rendering in 4K, but it's hard to tell in our 1080p broadcast. I was debating tonight to do 4K, but I realized if I'm going to play in quality mode, it downgrades to 1080p. And if you play on the Switch 1, it'll also be 1080p at most. So, it doesn't make any sense to do the 4K. Or the 1440 stream right now, excuse me. Not until I can at least... Yeah, excuse me, fix up some stuff I had, because I was having some frame hiccups I noticed when I was watching about the broadcast, so I gotta fix that up for the next time I try 1440. These shrines in the game and Mr. Alien. All the shrines are related just to the one man. Hey, it wouldn't be the first time we saw that. This is giving me a lot of Prime 2 vibes just to start, because of the idea of the alien creature species in Prime 2 kind of having like a lot of the same shrine vibes, if that makes sense. Is that like a turnaround? No. I like the sound when you don't have missiles. Error 404, no missile pack found. Homing spore. Well, stay back and we shoot them just to make sure they don't infect me. Wait a minute. These are always things in a log. Pretty much get in the habit of scanning literally everything in this kind of game, because you don't know what is missable and what is a common scan. Now, drops should always be a common scan. I never expect one of these to be missable. It's the enemies I'm more worried about. And then, like, certain story lore. Ooh, this looks really nice. Fury Green. It's my favorite color to paint with. I actually would love to see if that's a real paint color name. I wouldn't be surprised. I've heard of weirder color names. Overdeveloped chest muscles allow to fly for days without rest. Alright, someone blessed / cursed you. That's an interesting description. Can I attack at all? Yeah, you can. Well, that one bird got saved / murdered. You look at it however you want in that context. Yeah, I wonder about this game's timeline spacing, because, yeah, I heard about that recently too, Kira. This game was confirmed now to take place in kind of like its own different timeline, because Prime 3 was supposed to be the canonical end to the original Metroid Prime set of games. I can't even say trilogy, because that even counts the Prime Hunters game on DS, because they're all linked. But this is supposedly at least after Prime 3 / Hunters, because of the Silex thing. That's all we know, but in terms of, like, how far past it, we can't say. Or even if this is, like, an alternate continuity now. It sounded like they just wanted to distance themselves from that storyline so they can just do new things and not worry about continuity, which makes sense. When does Federation Force take place? I thought that was supposed to be after Prime 3 as well. I can't remember for certain. I never played Federation Force. I guess I can count that the list of games I never fully beat in this franchise, all 2. But it was such a different beast, and by the time it came out, I never have anyone to play it with, so I just never ended up getting it back then on 3DS. And now with the server shut down, it kind of makes it hard to play. I don't even know if that game is supported yet on Pretendo or not. That was one of the games that were trying to get working before the server shut down, but I think there's still more work needed to be done. And that was a year ago I heard that. No, I'm trying to scan this thing. Okay, I'm just trying to see if it's the same thing or not. I'll hide in the bushes. They won't see me here. Blocking water flow. So if we can get rid of this, then we can open up water, which could be a thing for opening up a new part of the map. There we go. Get rid of the thing spawning all of the spores. Okay, I did scan the butterfly. I was wondering if I was going to do that or not. So many things to scan. This is giving me a lot of Prime 3 vibes where the whole screen was just scannable. Oh, this is almost like X-ray visor. X-ray visor, excuse me. I can scan this stuff, but I can't stand on it. Ah, there's why. I need a power-up. That makes sense. Yeah, because look at what's up there. Man, if I can get that early, then I can get missiles now. I wouldn't be surprised. Give it, like, you know, a couple weeks. This game's going to be broken wide open in the speedrun sense. Maybe there could be a strat for missiles early or something. I wonder if, like, the Switch one's going to have any exclusive glitches because of how it runs. I doubt it. Because if you want to hear, the game runs really good on the Switch one, too. Yeah, that's pretty much how I was too, Ethan. Although, to be fair, that game does have online play. It's just, again, nowadays, good luck with the server issue. I would really want to see if that's probably working on Pretendo. I heard that there was a playthrough done of Federation Force like a year before the server shut down, and one of the people who were playing the game in like a group setting, they were working on getting data packets dumped from the online sessions so they can rebuild it for Pretendo later. So there was like some work done to get that game running on the fan servers, but I don't know if it was completed. Yeah, I can see the thorn issue. I gotta wait for the open up. Thank you. Yeah, but I can agree with the music thing so far. This is really ambient so far. I'm liking the songs in this game. Or at least just from like the first couple I've heard so far. Not just your least favorite, but you like the scope. Oh, you meant it's cool, not the scoop. I thought you mean like the scope, like how the gameplay itself worked. Prime Hunters is weird. I think it's the weakest of like the original 4 Prime games, but it's not meant to be like a similar thing to Primes 1 through 3. It was a very different and more, I wouldn't say mission-focused game, but it definitely felt more mission-focused because of how you jumped around between planets. It was a very different beast. And in some ways, it might have been for the worse in some fans' eyes. The hardest part for me going back to that game is the control scheme. The control scheme of that game is pretty hard to play in today's age because either it's using stylus control, which can give you some hand cramps, or you're using the button controls, which is not as precise and just hard to move. Ooh, give me gloves. I can grab things without grabbing them now. So this is literally the Force from Star Wars, isn't it? Remote manipulation of psychic motes and psychic objects. Yep, that's pretty much what I thought. I can manipulate things left and right and up and down, so I think I know what that means. That's right. We got the gravity gun. This is now a Half-Life game. Ominous. It also just says, hey, forehead, open the door. Coneberry. What a name. Conehead. It's a good thing it came down this path first, as that's what we were needing to do for the gloves. Probably something I needed for this door, because I doubt I was able to open it before. Yeah, psychic energy. So I needed to get this, probably. Might get this in the future. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, if I can recommend this to a non-Metroid fan yet or not from what I'm playing, but just in terms of raw game, this seems good. I don't know what I'm doing here. Gotta get closer. Like, if you're liking what you're seeing so far, then maybe I would recommend this as a non-Metroid fan to play the game. It really does feel like a different beast compared to a lot of shooters people are used to, which is why it's always kind of a weird one to recommend to some people. But just in general, I'm thinking so far, a non-Metroid fan can easily get in the Prime Force their first entry. Can I destroy that with a charge, or do I need missiles? Might need missiles, so I'm just gonna ignore it. Or like it's more puzzle features. Yeah, that's the one thing about Metroid I've always enjoyed, because a lot of the game is more like a puzzle. Which is why, at least for the Prime games, it's very different compared to a lot of first-person shooters. You definitely gotta think a lot more here, and it gives you a lot of free will. At least like Prime 1 and Prime 2. Prime 3 was a little more linear. I don't know how linear this game is in comparison to the other games. Need one of these. Go over here. By the way, it says you need to move with the right stick. You don't. You can use the left stick. That worked just as well. It's for a save station. Yeah, let's go ahead and save. Can we destroy explosive force? So I can't get through the Zamber until I have a missile or morph ball balls if I have to assume. So where else can I go? Because it wants me to go down this path, because that's where I need to go for the stress beacon. I can't go anywhere else. Let me see something here. Don't see anything around. I'm looking for like a plant maybe to explode it. So I do need missiles. That is the point. I gotta go find some. Yeah, Prime 2 is a rough game, especially if you're playing the original GameCube version, because that GameCube release was much harder compared to the Wii port of the game. Oh, there's more amber here. Yeah, you can definitely tell you're supposed to have missiles at this point. There was that one missile pack we saw on the ledge, but I don't think I can get that because that needed a different power. Well, we're going a new path, though. This is somewhere we haven't been. Hang on, you came from this way? Ah, I was gonna say, I'm gonna follow your original trail. It could be a secret. Yeah, let me just be safe. You never know what's a missable scan. This counts as a new scan because it's a different type of door. If I find a locked one, I gotta do the same thing. Wait, what? That's scannable? Are you kidding me? It's green on green. I couldn't even tell. I don't think that's a scan log. Yeah, if it doesn't say view log underneath, this is not required for your scan log. So thankfully it didn't matter. What are we doing here, creature? Dying? Yeah, that's about right. You never know what to expect out in the jungle. I didn't get to scan it. I hope that wasn't a problem. Now that's a new entry. Glister Beetle. Probably have to shoot those open the door based on that scan log. Or they just disappear. Okay. Seems like it's a theme between the GameCube and re-releases. Yeah, it's like when you re-release a game, you want to make it better for your new audience of players, so a re-release should fix things. The Wii version of Pikmin 1 sucks by comparison to GameCube and Switch. Most of the time, it's usually supposed to fix things. I still remember going back and after playing the Wii game, going back to play the GameCube release of Pikmin 1. The Wii version is more buggy in some areas, which is impressive. But thankfully, the Switch version fixes it. That's why I recommend that version nowadays for people. Oh, this is voice acting.
You're alone on a planet with no hope of survival. But you're also not sitting next to Phil anymore in that cubicle, so... Win? Oh. Okay. What? What now? Samus? Samus Aran? Hey! Hey, Samus Aran! I'm stuck! Help me out! Oh! Please get me down. I'll just stay right here. Try not to die.
Yeah, you do that, buddy. I'll see you later. Bye. Yeah, alright, so I've heard some points of contention about this guy. At least from the trailer shown. Some people aren't a fan of this specific dude. We'll see. We'll see how he is. So far, his humor is very lighthearted. I mean, he'd rather be stuck here than be in a cubicle. So you can already tell the theme they're going with this specific guy. Oh, what's
What was
that? That's literally what I said.
Okay, that did not sound friendly. Ah, okay, I got it. Oh, no.
Maybe have a tighter grip on your gun next time, buddy. I can tell he's a klutz. Lucky I saw my charge beam, because that makes short works of every creature, apparently. Wow, 2 shots? Nice. I'm glad I got 2 for the price of 1. When did they stop? There's so many aliens. Go away. Like a spawner I need to hit or something? Oh no, they finally calmed down. It's just that bad of a horde. Nope, never mind. There's still more. Okay, I'm just gonna shoot down our friend, because I'm tired of dealing with a million aliens.
Wait, don't shoot me down.
Don't worry, it's safe. Get down here.
We're good. Okay. I'm coming down. Thank you, Samus. I'm a specialist, Miles McKenzie, engineer level 4. I have something for you. Hold on, I gotta manually override this. These X7s tend to stick a little. Come on. Oh, boy, this. Ah! See? No biggie.
You should move out of the way next time, buddy.
Got a present for you inside the ship.
I knew I had a secret breach. I could have got these earlier, buddy. That's not much of a present. That's just a thing I had 10 minutes ago. Thank you. Thank you for retrieving my missiles. Let's go back to boot camp. Yeah, I think this guy needs to learn a thing or two again. Kind of seems like he's not the best at his job, but he's trying his best.
Just a little token of my appreciation. If it's okay with you, I'm gonna tag along.
Oh, God.
So, where to? You might be a good idea to check the map and get our bearings.
I know, buddy. Thank you. So that's the thing I heard. Some people aren't a fan of Miles because he's very hand-holdy in the beginning, especially. I can tell why, though, because Metroid Prime has not been a thing in almost 20 years. The beginning of the game's tutorial definitely needs to tell people more how this kind of game works, because the last Metroid game you might have played would have been Dread, and that's a completely different beast. If you can ignore a lot of the stuff that the guy says, I'm not going to have a problem with it, because it does kind of give me Skyward Sword vibes, but unlike that game, this is not railroad me into a tutorial. Skyward Sword, you were forced, at least with the Wii original, you were forced to do things in a very specific way in the very beginning of the game because of tutorial stuff. This here just sounds more like a guy just kind of talking a lot. Which at that point, I could just mute his voice, so it's not the end of the world. I didn't want to give my 2 cents on that because I think people are a little aggressive about tutorials for games, because this could be someone's first Metroid game, and because of that, they need to make the tutorial pretty in-depth so people don't get confused. And I'm fine with that. It's going to be a thing annoying for repeat playthroughs, sure, but again, if it's not something that railroads you in the gameplay sense, and it's just a guy talking your ear off, then all you need to do, if you really hate that, is just do this. There, now Miles won't talk your ear off. He's silent. Pretty easy to fix. Oh, he has a scan.
Samus, please shoot that thing. It won't.
You be quiet. I need to put you in my logbook. Primary responsible for Golem maintenance at the UTO Research Center. Skilled in operating, repairing, and modifying computers and machinery.
Stop moving.
So he's a good tech, he just is not good with a gun. Which I guess makes sense.
Maybe try your.
Yeah, game has a tutorial. It's counted as game's too hand-holdy and cringe, and it's a bad game. Game has no tutorial, then the game's too hard, and what do? Now the game sucks. So yeah, I agree. That mentality that you mentioned there, Kira, is literally how people feel about stuff like this. It's a lose-lose no matter what you do, because you can't please everybody. That's just how things are in life. You have to just pick one side and go with that. And I think a tutorial where some guy is talking a lot about what you can do is a good middle ground instead of making you play the game in a very specific way. Because say if I get the missile launcher and I want to go backwards right now, I can do that. But if the guy just says, hey, don't go back through that door, and the door just locks behind me, what, like this, right?
Standing water? Those things seem pretty territorial.
He doesn't stop me from going backwards. If he stops me from going backwards, this is a bad tutorial because it's railroaded. And it's not fun on gameplay sense. But that's not what's happening. He's just a voice in your ear. That's fine with me. The only thing I gotta worry about is, I guess, if he takes too much damage because he has his own health bar. So it's an escort quest, and nobody likes escort quests. This is the beginning of the game, though, so it shouldn't be a problem, because there's really not much going on in the beginning.
Samus, something interesting over there. You sure we don't need to use that?
See, even that kind of comment, he didn't even say, you can go save right now. That was just, you want to check it out or no? He might have said more if I didn't open the door to the save room,
This technology.
but I opened it earlier when I was here.
What do you think it's doing?
These things should be much easier to fight now because of the missiles.
Jungle trying to kill us.
By the way, the answer to that is yes, buddy. Everything in this jungle is trying to kill us. That is just how life works in the forest. Missiles.
There, that is one massive tree.
These new creatures? No, I've seen these before.
They really don't want anyone in here. Must be a sacred space.
Oh, I gotta move it down. I thought this was a crystal just to shoot.
What? How'd you do that?
This is scannable. It's a bridge. You are standing on ground. Yeah, you don't say.
Dynamic recon.
At least it's not part of the log. I just find that funny. It's like, imagine log entry, bridge.
It's beautiful. I'm just gonna stay out of your way. You let me know when it's clear.
Always need to stay behind. Always. To be fair, yeah, I don't think this guy would do that great in combat after what we saw on the ship. That it? Alright, you can come out. Yeah, he took a couple hits going into that fight. I can't imagine him doing much more. But hey, at least he has a auto-regenning health system. He is the Halo Trooper we all know and love. Although it'd be nice if he was just standing there, waiting for his shields to go up, and then you just hear pop, 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 pop. To be fair, they can't make that sound effect because if Nintendo tried that, that'd be sued in an instant. So he can't lose too much health, and I gotta give him some. I don't know where I'm getting it from, because I didn't lose any health in my health packs, so it's not my health I'm giving. That's kind of interesting. You would think that'd be... I think of it kind of like the
I'm going for it.
the phase-on overload system in Metroid Prime 3, because when you use your corrupted power, then you're using up your actual E-tanks. I would think that's how you would heal up your friends in this. That would make sense, but that's not what happened. Oh, he just went flying. Is he dead? Well, we're good now.
That was a close one. I wasn't sure we were gonna make it. Thank you, Samus.
Nothing here?
I can see the door, Samus.
No.
Let's get out of here. I'm good. I'm okay.
I wish I saw that. I thought he was going to try to make the jump, but no, he just literally stumbled off the ledge. And now I'm sad I wasn't there for it. I wanted to scout ahead in case there's more enemy spawns.
What is this place?
I do need missiles, so give me that. Sockets for 2 motes, so I do need to give it some psychic power. Receives psychic energy and conducts it into the linked apparatus. That's what I gotta do. Okay. I'll give you one of these.
I have no idea what we're doing, but it feels like it's working.
This is where the other one was, I guess, so unfortunately, we don't have an orb there, because it's covered up by the stone.
That one sealed up tight, huh?
That's why they give you these missiles infinitely respawning. Now I can get the other orb. Just like that. There you go. Now we're good. Let's go, buddy. Oh, I didn't realize it dropped the power, actually. The control beam generates a charged psychic beam that can be controlled via telepathy. Time slows to near standstill when the beam is in flight. I got telepathic powers. Let's go. This is the Silver the Hedgehog no one expected. Silver's in a power suit. So when I'm in the visor now, I can shoot. That's new. That must be my first test of the control beam.
You found something for your suit, didn't you?
Oh, that's freaky. Can you use the motion control for this? Hang on. I probably have to turn it on the free flow. Yeah, you can. Ooh, that's trippy. You can use the motion or the left/right stick for this. I don't know if I'd want that to be motion controlled, honestly. Because that was a little unwieldy. But it does work. Gotta give him credit on that one. I'm gonna turn it back off, though. Because that kind of control I'm not gonna be wanting to use until I actually break out the mouse mode stuff.
That door just opened all by itself. No way.
Oh, here we go.
Mark
Our cutscene.
99 mech? I'd recognize that frame anywhere. Mark 99 mech, this is Samus Aran. Bounty hunter? You know her. She's famous. You look very familiar. Betsy? What are you doing here? I worked on her back at base. I'll take a few scans. Maybe we can come back here and get her. Poor baby. She's torn apart. If we could find the missing pieces, I bet we could get her up and running again.
Is this the Titanfall 3 we're never getting? EA, just let that studio make a Titanfall 3. Just let us have it. Come on. I love Titanfall 2's campaign. It's great. I think that's a hidden gem from the Xbox One PS4 generation. Such a fantastic shooter that honestly kind of went under the radar when it came out, and so a game that's under the radar because it got overshadowed by Apex like a year later. A great shooter where you control a mech, and who doesn't like controlling a giant battle mech?
My suit to do morph ball. Wait, I'm not that flexible.
Okay, that's a nice line. I would upgrade myself for more fall. Instantly breaks every bone in his body. I think I actually want to go back over there. I thought it went the other direction. My bad. Online was good. Yeah, I unfortunately didn't get to play the online when it was booming. I remember I played it in 2018. So this was like a year after it came out. And it had almost no one online then, which is kind of sad to see. Because it was fun. It was just hard to find games. There's a VOD of it that's on my main YouTube channel, because this was before I had the VOD channel. You can easily find a playlist if you're going on the VOD channel, because I don't post those anymore on the main channel. But I tried playing some multiplayer on it, and you can see I was only able to play for maybe an hour. It was hard to find games back then. I don't know how it is now. I played some of Apex. It does feel like a natural, like, evolution to the game. Kind of like formula, but it still didn't feel the same because you didn't have the giant mechs.
I want to poke around, but decoding the language will take weeks without a translation.
But if you ever want a fun campaign, Titanfall 2 goes on sale very frequently. I always see the game for like $5. So it's dirt cheap in today's age. I played the first Titanfall. I unfortunately missed that when it was going around. It looked like a fun and interesting game, but I didn't have an Xbox at the time to play it. Because I think it was just Xbox One and 360 exclusive. I don't think it was even on PC. And by the time I was able to play it, the servers got shut down. So I never got to try it. Oh, this looks like a morph ball slot, so I can't do anything with that right now. I don't have bombs. But what else can I do in this room? Scan visor kind of feel like the thing to check with because of all the different things we interact with. Probably gotta use my charge beam through this. Oh, you can cancel at any given time. Just press the shoot button again. I was trying to see if you can speed it up. I don't see anything in here, though. Am I missing something here? Probably. Oh, yeah, this. The literal computer. I didn't see the terminal part. I only saw our friend mess with it.
You can interface with their tech, which means you can understand it, which means you've received translation data, which opens up a world of possibilities. Once I get this working, we can use this tech to our advantage. I just need remote access to your logs. Oh, this data chip. You think it'll work? Wow, that is fascinating. Thank you. We'll put this here. Let's see. This should do do the trick. All right, look at that! We got power! Well, one door is still locked, the other one is malfunctioning. Hey, but it's progress! Okay, all this is gonna take a while to figure out, so I'm gonna stay here if you wanna scout ahead. It's about to get real nerdy in here.
I have a bad thing of news to tell you, buddy. If this thing needs a RAM upgrade, good luck. We can't find one in the nearest galaxy nearby. I'm depressed now. This is still something I can't do anything with, I imagine, because I need morph ball bombs to get in. Yeah, concussive blast, so I can't do that yet. This door is malfunctioning, but now if there's a hole with power on, maybe I can get in there with my beam. Maybe now it works. Yeah, sure enough, that looks like it did something. Because that hole, I had a feeling was for that psychic blast. That's a thing. Is that a missile pack? Yeah, it's a missile pack. So that's a thing I can do once I get bombs. So bombs are nearby. It's very obvious at this stage. Ancient era altar with a plant motive? This almost seems like a thing that can disperse a power. Oh, hello, buddy. The elder we saw from before. Chosen one. Welcome to our temple. This is the Temple of Memory. From the beginning, the Mormon priests recorded our history in the sacred tree by offering prayers. Behold. It's a tree. Our legacy is preserved within. Both from this tree, born from this tree, excuse me, is the memory of fruit. I get very confused. I'm an elder. Legacy compiled within the tree will be inherited by the memory fruit. From the memory fruit to grow, you must seek the green energy crystals. Have you heard of Crash Bandicoot? They're not purple, they're green. Totally different. Put them in this altar. We place our faith in you, chosen one. Please carry the memory fruit to a new world. And I swear, you better not call this a bootleg Master Emerald. We are also not copying Sonic. This does feel like an Alien Race George Lucas. Okay, yeah, this does feel pretty much like a very similar Star Wars creation in some theming. I always got Star Wars vibe from Metroid games over the years, though, so I'm not too surprised about the parallels. Oh. These things are probably have to shoot with the psychic beam, right? Triple target psychic lock. If I gotta hit these simultaneously, good luck. Oh, you can lock on with the ZL button, okay. But there's no speed up? Nope. You get 3 shots for the beams, that worked out perfectly. Because of blast? Alright, don't mind if I do. You mean bombs, I guess. Alright, I would think a missile would do the same thing, but that definitely doesn't count as concussive in their eyes. What's this? Wee! I am myself having fun. I have no idea what it's doing because I can't push it down. Psychic recordings. These are logs then, aren't they? What about this? Let me scan the actual unit. Images and text recorded from a emote. So can we interpret only those with psychic abilities. So this is just like scan room. Kind of reminds me of like the pillars in Prime 1 to get the artifact data. The only problem I'm having here is how do I push the thing down? Because literally every direction on the joystick is just spinning it. That's what I'm trying to see. If you can push it down, then I know what to do for activating these logs. That's interesting, apparently, that not clicking in the stick. It's just another, like, lock on. You can see it pulsing when I click in the right stick. That's so weird. Something tells me I do this later. For right now, I can't do anything in here. I'm not gonna leave. If it's just for scan logs, not even that big of a deal. I can come back. That's just unnecessary, Samus. Oh, this must be our first boss. I was trying to scan it from a distance. I guess I'm not allowed. Nice camera. Carvex. Let's see what Carvex is about. I'm busy scanning you. Giant carnivorous plant possessing consciousness, intelligence, and considerable psychic strength. You hate to see it. Is unable to communicate through the fusion with Metroid. Oh, great, that's a common theme. Tentacles quickly regenerate, so shooting the tentacles is only a temporary solution to get this thing off your back. So I gotta destroy them all at once. I had a feeling every part of a boss is a different scan. I never liked that about these games, because that becomes micromanagement for the scan logs, and that's a pain to keep up with. That's why I know for my first playthrough I'm not getting 100% on scans, because it's pretty much an impossibility when you don't know what's missable, what's not. Not to even mention just all the different things you can and can't scan. Because there's a lot of things you probably wouldn't know you can scan. Tentacles aren't that hard to destroy, at least. But I am noticing they come back very fast, so I think when it's stunned, then I gotta take off the other one's shield. There, I should be good now. That was fast enough. No way, that wasn't? Are you serious? How was that not fast enough? Yeah, I mean, I never worry about 100% for these kind of games until at least like playthrough 2, just because at that point then you get a feel of the game more and know more of like the tricks, the ins and outs, and even the things that you wouldn't be able to scan, like for example this. I almost missed that scan because I couldn't scan it earlier, and now I was able to. Look why I would have missed. That seems to be a really good destructive force. Charging the missile. That's very fast. Oh crap, that was 3. How do you destroy those that fast? Because as soon as I destroy a tentacle, I gotta get the other side of the arena to destroy the other one. So I'm not gonna be able to do that. I have an idea. Continue doing what I'm doing. I did not mean to destroy that one. That's not the one I thought I had locked onto. Remember how it said stops time? Yeah. Telepathic beam, baby. I'm gonna move this a little bit, just make sure it hits. There we go. I don't know if this is gonna really do that much. Not really. Ooh, now they got walls up. Trying to really trick me up here. Won't work. No! Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. I can do this fast. Okay, I think it popped up. Never mind. I'm just gonna attack this then. That takes missiles? Or what? No, I just couldn't do it because I didn't have the energy. I gotta wait for my energy to refill. There we go. If that was a setup of 4 of those tentacles, I'd be screwed. GG's. Interesting first boss. I think that was a really good showcase of our psychic beam. Because when it said you can slow down time, I didn't really notice it until I got to this fight. Because there wasn't a good use of slowing down time just yet. But this was a perfect case of it. And that must be our bombs. Give me. I have a feeling that also unlocked spring ball, because they usually go hand in hand. Bombs give a psychic moat property, so that's also a new thing. Everything has a psychic power, I'm gonna imagine, in this game. Welcome back, Ethan. Must be a bomb hole. Timing's the same as bomb jumping from the other Prime games, so at least if you have muscle memory from that, this is no different. But now for the spring ball. Yep, it's back. I had a feeling, because that's always in tandem. If you got Morph Ball bombs, then you have Spring Ball. They always went hand in hand in the Prime games. It was the 2D games where that was a separate thing. Where at one point, it was literally a separate power. And then starting Metroid Fusion, it combined with High Jump. Oh. What is this? Yeah, give me. Just the hand going out. Master Teleporter Key. One of the keys to activate the Master Teleporter in Chrono Tower. Okay, so that's our first key. Only 4 more to go. What do you mean it's going to take us another 20 hours? Oh, is that a friend? Oh yeah, he talking.
Booyah! Long-range comms are back online.
So at least we have
Did you achieve your
communication with him.
There's something I want to talk
I'll let him
about.
talk.
You mean base camp?
As soon as I go reach for my volume tweak button, he stops talking. Thanks, buddy. I guess I'm not boosting your audio. Saves me a click. Oh, Spring Ball is also a dedicated button on this. Is X. That's good. Ooh, chicken gumbo. That's very different. Glad to hear that you enjoyed it. I can't get back up there now. That doesn't stop me. Remember ghetto jumping? Yeah. I still was able to do it. Ah, I had a feeling if I just rubbed my face against a wall, I could just fly. Ghetto jump has not really been a thing, though, since, like, Prime 2. What I was doing there was more of a jank. Must scan. Little red ant. Thankfully, because I have spraying, it's gonna make this puzzle a little bit faster. I'm not gonna rely on the bomb jumping all the time. Wait, is that a path I can go down? It's just camera. Oh, hey, it's this room. Yeah, we've been here already. So now I want to go back over here. Maybe I can do something in this room because I have the morph ball. Yeah, look at that. Hang on. There's already something different. There you go. Yeah, I wasn't able to do that before. In the distant past, a mass of burning rock fell from the sky to the jungles of Biros. Once this rock, which was itself poisonous, has cooled and hardened, a small carnivorous plant took in the poison it carried. The plant did not succumb to the poison, it thrived, growing to rule over the jungle. In time, the priest Thesar? God, these names are always hard to pronounce in the Metroid franchise. It became the first the plant could convey its thoughts through, and named it Carvex. Later, at the urging, Carvex eventually relocated to the garden within the Lemorn Temple of Memory. There it ruled as it did in the jungles, and it came to preside over Lemorn funerals. So once the plant was a good creature, and then it just turned evil, probably because of the Metroid fusion. I always knew Metroid Fusion was bad. Zero Mission better. Shots fired. No, both games are great. I just have to make the obvious joke. So this must be a central hub area because that says lock released. Oh no, all of them have a lock released. I was gonna say, because I have to come back to this area multiple times for those scan logs. How's the game been so far? So far, really good. I've been really enjoying my time with it. Yeah, I just had to try that. That was pointless, but keep fun. I don't know what to do about this yet. Let's see. Let's interact and find out what happens. That's what I thought, because I haven't got any crystals yet. Bring me the crystals, Samus Aran. Why do I bring you gems instead? Oh no, that would give you the good ending. No, no, help me. Cortex.
Man, they did not design these for humans. Oh! Whoa! You are sneaky quiet, you know that? Hey, I'm glad you're back. That data you gave me earlier is really coming in handy. I've been able to translate the Lemorn language. This planet, Viros, doesn't appear on any of the known star charts. Might as well be a ghost. I tried sending out a distress signal, but there is no activity in this sector. It is eerily quiet. We could be anywhere, or we could be nowhere. According to these maps, we shouldn't even be here. From what I gather, the only way off this planet is to retrieve 5 teleporter keys. Now, I'll do some digging to see if there's any way I can support you. Now that our comms are working, we should be able to share data. I can provide you with intel from here. What do you say? Teammates? Excellent. Hey, stay safe out there, Samus. I'll be here if you need me.
And that's how you get out of the tutorial, because the guy decides to stay behind. So if you didn't like him, don't worry, he won't be a thing going forward in the same way, because he's still gonna be here talking comms, but you know what, that's fine enough. This is a joke on the Samus consistent being quiet. I would not be surprised. That felt like a very tongue-in-cheek thing, excuse me, for them to say, basing it probably around the silent protagonist joke. Because Samus does talk. She talks in one title that we know of, which was Metroid Dread, and it's not even in English. It's in the Chozo native language. So, she is not that quiet, just quiet to all of them. But I do think right now I'm going to take a quick little break. That's a good segue, though, for me to be doing so now we're back at a save station. So when we come back, I'm actually going to swap performance mode to quality mode, and we're going to be playing with the mouse controls, getting a feel of how that works on Switch 2. And we will be eventually swapping over the Switch 1 as well, but I want to try out the quality, or the performance mode, excuse me, next. Getting out quality performance mode, and the mouse stuff first. So with that said, stay tuned. Back here in just a few minutes with more Metroid Prime 4. Feels so good to say that after like 8 years. Alright, we're back. And I swapped out my controller now for the Joy-Cons, so we're ready to try out this mouse mode stuff. Last thing I need to do is we need to swap out our graphical options. So, to do that, we need to go into the options, in the settings, and now we go into our video options. Graphic mode, going from 4K 60, which is the quality preset. Let's swap that to 1080, 120 frames per second. I like how saying performance mode is unsupported or disabled. Yeah, that was the point. I just swapped it. The only thing is I might need a reboot, or I might need to swap a connection, because that didn't really do anything. We'll see. Right now it's still saying 1080 60. Still that. I think I know what's going on that one. I had the same issue last week when I was doing a demo. It's probably because of how I have things sent through my HDMI switcher. It's defaulting to 1080p. And because of that, it's not doing the actual handshake correctly. Because if I go into my display options, I'm going to go really far down because I want to skip all the network stuff. It is set for 120 output, so I need to change the setup. That's the only weird thing because I'm sending this to a 4K TV and it's not 4K. So I know how to fix this. Give me one sec. Alright, that alone should fix it. I also noticed before I had a crop on here from the Pikmin Squared stream, so it might have looked a little funky. I apologize if the screen looked weird. That was because of the cropping settings I used from the stream on Tuesday. Alright, so now, yeah, I can see 1440, so that means that this should work. So I go back into settings, go back to graphic performance. Now we swap to performance. Yep, the signal went out. That's a good sign. It should now be 120 frames per second. Yep, we got it. So now, we have a much smoother experience. Let's jump back in. I already have 18% of the scans? Jeez, I thought I would have like 10% at this point. So there's an autosave in this too. Wait a minute. What's with the autosaves placement? It's a good 40 minutes different. Why would I pick this one? No, I'm going to the save station one. Why is that so far back? That's stupid. Catch up, autosave. Hey, Matt, how you doing? That's the sound I want to hear. Let's get this strap on so I can get the thing out of my way. So now we are going to try the mouse mode. Does it just work right away? Yes, it does. So I don't even need to change anything. So in terms of mapping, what do we got? Because I can move with the left stick, and I can keep that controller normal. It's the right one I have on my desk now. So A is still shoot, B is still jump, morph ball is Y, X is scan. So I will still have to reach for the X button, because the other things I can get around. Like, yeah, I can jump with L, so I can avoid that part. Alright, so this is going to be kind of weird, because here's the problem I have. Holding a Joy-Con in the mouse mode is, for lack of better terms, stupid. Because the thing is so small, your hand rests on like this, which means you're missing a lot of ergonomics. So that's not that great. And when you have to go for the face buttons, you're holding it like this, where you're reaching around with your thumb. It's not the most ideal, so I don't know how long I'm going to play like this. I hope this doesn't really give me too many problems. I'm going to hold this more like a traditional mouse and see if I can get away with how it feels on that front. Yeah, this looks really good at 120 FPS. Like, it's super buttery smooth. Mouse sensitivity is a little high. I might want to adjust that. In the menus, it's not that high, as you can see. But if I go in the game, whoa, God. So I might want to see if I can adjust the sensitivity a bit. Yeah, here we go. Set to 36. That is a little high. Okay, so there's two settings, too. Default is based on a fine control and fast response. Change to linear for directly proportional speed based on input. Let me try linear for a minute here. This feels a little bit more traditional like mouse, but also has like this weird hang-up period. Okay, now it's gone. Some of it was probably just my Joy-Con getting caught on my desk mat. I could try default. Default felt a little smoother. It's just super fast, so if anything, I just tweak some of the sensitivity. Because it's very sensitive. Let me just nerf it to 30, because by default, stick sensitivity is closer to 40. So if I do this... Oh yeah, that's already way better. Just by 6 numbers, that's a big difference. Jeez, I'm sorry to hear you keep on having those asthma issues right now dealing with those cats. Yeah, it's supposed to be the last day of you dealing with all that. So I hope after this, you don't have to have those allergy issues anymore, because they sound kind of bad. Yeah, these controls are weird, man. Like, I'm not knocking the controls themselves because they're very intuitive. It's the Joy-Con I'm knocking for this. Because this is feeling a little uncomfortable. It's too small. Like, who thought the ergonomics holding a thing the size of like a cheese stick was a good idea for mouse control? It needs more bump. There's a reason why proper computer mice are shaped in a very specific way. And this ain't it, Chief. Like, it feels good. It's very accurate to answer that question. It's just the Joy-Con themselves are my problem. Because I already am starting to feel a little discomfort on my palm just by holding this thing. Also doesn't help. I need the strap on my arm so it doesn't get in the way, and I keep on pushing the strap onto the desk. I gotta move that too. Okay, so that's how the psychic bomb works. So I'm just dropping my own little point. Okay, that's how that works. I get it. Yeah, that's again not really good to hear. Again, I hope after this week you can get that proper rest you need and just get back to a normal routine, because that, again, just doesn't sound like a fun time. Do you think that the mouse mode was a weird selling point for Hazen? I think it was a good one. I think its execution is the problem, because mouse control on console is huge. I played some games on the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series with mouse and keyboard, and it feels fantastic. So, mouse control isn't the problem. It's definitely the form factor of the controller they're trying to mimic with a mouse. That's the problem. Because if I can just hook up a standard computer mice onto a Switch and use that, it feels much better. I can tell you that from experience, because I did that with Mario Paint. Using a proper USB mouse feels better than using the Joy-Con. Oh, here's the open world section. Because this is desert. There's my green crystal I needed. Did I scan that stuff? No, it's not a scan. Thank God. I know I needed the crystals because I needed very specific things. Oh, our friend's talking again.
Entrance to the closest area with the teleporter key. If you want to contact me going forward, use the radio command on the map screen. I'll help in any way I can.
So you trigger his conversations. If you don't want to hear from the guy, don't hear from the guy. Simple as that. This is what I was talking about. He's not that bad as a tutorial guy because you don't have to go out your way for everything tutorial-wise for him. I think he was a little overblown from trailers. I keep on hitting the Y button to go for the scan visor. That's my fault. Alright, so nothing specific there. Shimmy Tensei 5 feels different in first person. Well, that's one comparison. How do I get you? Okay. I don't think this is gonna do anything. Maybe over here? You want ball? Here, have ball. Dang it. That's just another one of these, that's why. I see our elder friend again.
Viola. Tons
Viola? was a something adventure. I couldn't catch that in time. It's essentially your motorcycle. They cross the sandy seas, carrying us in the blink of an eye. Starting with the viola, we created many inventions. An era of development supported by technology. We call this duration the machine era. Development eventually overwhelmed supply of nature. At this rate, resources would be depleted. With this, though, we determine our farewell with the machine era. To preserve the existence of Venros, our world. Yeah? Yeah? And? Is there any more? Okay. Oh, there was gonna be more of that sentence. Read that all kinds of wrong. Let me in. Let me in! Oh my god, can I just, like, do this? Maybe, but that's not gonna work right now. What's this thing saying the scan again? Because there's something about this door I can rip open. Let you find the lock in the lower part of the hatch. Alright, so I need electricity. I can't do that. Probably another psychic power. So what am I doing here? That's the master teleporter key. We have, like, no green crystal energy. Wow, we need a lot of that. So I need that bike. Because I'm not hoofing this all on foot. Are you kidding me? This world big. How do you want me to log on to this? I can't do anything with this yet. I literally clipped the beam through the door. I think that tells you that's not the solution, buddy. Oh my god, I got a migraine. Ah, my head. Knew I should have packed the Tylenol. Well, we're not allowed to have that anymore because a certain idiot told me that was bad for me. Ah, who cares? I got the ibuprofen instead. Okay. Friend or foe? Definitely not friend. Cybot soldier. Oh, good. I can hover. Was that a different scan? Because that was red. Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. No, it's not. Okay. I was gonna say, do not do that. This is not a boss. You don't need to make multi-scan entries for a not-boss creature. I need health. Wow, is that low? I will say, using the mouse mode stuff, I'm having a harder time getting certain buttons. It's just because of how I hold the controller. So I'm just not used to this. Like, now I'm hitting the L button a little bit easier so I can do the dash. Because it's weird, I'm using my middle finger to press the shoot button, which is normally a thing I do with right click. And right click is not your shoot button in first person shooters on PC, it's left. My left click is missile. So I'm kind of close and kind of not. keep on, like, I'm barely moving the mouse the, like, one direction I want to point, like, left or right. I keep on pointing down. Very sensitive. Even turning down the sensitivity a bit, and still a little much. Alright, there's all the health. I just wanted to make sure I'm not gonna die again, so... Did not... See how easy it is for this thing to fall off even with a strap? That was not me. Those two inputs were literally the motion control. Use the bike. I don't have a bike. Where's the bike? Do you have a bike? I would think so, based on this hatch. Okay. I'm here now. Wait, what is doing that? Is it the stick? It's just moving. I was gonna say, I keep on getting this target reticle look, and I'm not even sure what I'm doing for that. I will say, this is the same complaint I had trying to use the mouse control with Apex Legends. I hate the idea of using a mouse in the traditional sense when you're clicking two buttons and then using your thumb to randomly hit face buttons. This is stupid. Like, legitimately takes you out of the immersion. Trying to, like, wait, which one's the scan visor again? It's just, I know it's a limitation because you're trying to map multiple buttons to a device that's more used for, like, 3 at most. So it's like a weird translation. Like, to me, it's sad because it's feeling like mouse mode is more of a gimmick to the console than actual, like, functionality. Because this was, like, the thing I was the most excited for console stuff. Having easy to access mouse control for every game. But it's feeling a lot more clunky based on its specific use case here. It's just how it's implemented, because the Joy-Con is a terrible controller for mouse stuff, in my opinion. Nothing can actually replace a real mouse. If I can use my Logitech G502 here right now on my Switch 2, I'm using the G502. To be fair, I have another control scheme I'll be trying later, which will be the more traditional Prime Wii control scheme. I think I wouldn't have as many problems with this if I had, like, an adapter. I might look into getting some kind of, like, 3D printed adapter to put on the Joy-Con so it feels more like a proper mouse on ergonomics. Because it's just so small. It cramps my hand after, like, 20 minutes. I feel like in some ways here, maybe they did that. I also feel like it's maybe just more because of how they have all these buttons and they still need to use them for games. So they had no way of converting a lot of those commands over. You're just using the Joy-Con separate. I think they also forgot they have other SR buttons on the left side that you can use. Like when you go in the mouse mode, some of these buttons should start working. But these don't work unless you're playing horizontal only. Like right now, they do nothing. I don't even think I can remap those buttons to anything. No, you can. So if I want a little bit of an easier time, I can remap this stuff myself, which bypasses some of these issues. So let's say I'm going to take the top button for the scan, and then the bottom button here, I'm going to take that for Morph Ball. This already feels much better. Because now I can focus on just using the 2 click buttons for this. That's kind of dumb that I have to manually remap things myself to get a little bit of a better playing experience. It's still not perfect because now hitting these buttons with like my ring finger on the left hand also feels off, but it is better than using the buttons on the face of the controller because now I can just focus on shooting. And that's just, in my opinion, better. Because the SR buttons are not used for anything when you're using the Joy-Cons in their like vertical state. It's only for when you're single Joy-Con use. So this is fine to do. Another, yeah, another Star Wars reference. Who would have guessed, right? For the space game. It's like they have heavy inspiration or something. Oh, see, that's the problem with me mapping stuff to the S buttons now, because I accidentally morphed. That is going to happen now, but I'd rather have that problem than use the face buttons. I could probably also map something to like the click in on the left stick, because I don't think that's used for anything. Need my bike. Give me my bike. You have to hit the A button for that? Well, that's bad for mouse mode, because I have to hit that with the side of my finger. Nope, hang on. Out of batteries. Gotta find batteries. Yeah, I'm gonna go a little bit more with the mouse control. My hand's already starting to hurt. I'm not surprised. Man, it's like they made a controller that's not designed for mouse, and then slapped the gimmick in at the final hour. Again, it's just, this is a great idea. I really just wish I could plug in a real mouse, because this is gonna kill my hand. So I'm gonna probably just be playing with gyro control, I feel. Because I'm loving the accuracy with this. Like, this feels fantastic. I just hate how the Joy-Con itself feels so small. Why I didn't get that Drag X Drive game, because after like the 1 to 2 hours of playing that demo, I got my fill. And my hands were hurting me for like 2 days. It was insane of how bad that cracked my hands. I know better for this game. This is the only door that's different. I wonder why. Can't get in. We try bike again. Wasn't really seeing if anything around me changed. Problem is, we need to give this thing some kind of juice. So I think maybe if this doesn't work, I gotta go to the terminal. This is the thing that seems suspicious to me. Yeah, I had to scan it. Well, that's one way to do the map. Place doesn't seem that big. Until you zoom it out, and then you see it's like 5 floors. Okay, never mind. So we're going over here, which is way off path. Oh, it was our friend again. Hang on, I'm ready.
Copy. Finally, I got through. The lightning storm is playing tricks on my car. Looks like you acquired the master. Let's take a peek. To reach the next tower, you'll need to open the big door in this room. But without power, you won't be able to unlock it. Good news is, the generator is right down here. To get there, you'll need access to the lower levels. There's an elevator that will take you down. Would you like to hear that again?
I'm good, thanks.
Oh, and don't forget to stop by the safe station. Oh boy, this storm's picking up. You might be on your own from here. Good work.
He sounded a lot like Claptrap, and that's not a compliment. Because everybody hates Claptrap. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense for your sake, Jay Hayden. Now I know where you stopped. Well, thanks for stopping by on this one. Enjoy the rest of your night. Oh, missile. Yeah, I'm gonna opt to not do the mouse anymore. My hands are starting to kill me. So, as much as I like the idea of using mouse mode stuff, I need to look into getting an adapter for this. Something to put into the Joy-Con to make this feel a lot more natural. It's kind of a requirement if using mouse mode, it seems like, on the system. It works, but the Joy-Con is the thing that makes it uncomfortable. So close to being a good system, man. It's so close. It's just a form factor. So let's turn on the motion controls and play this like it is on the Wii. It's very sensitive. The only thing I don't like is, like, it's super, like, jittery. It wasn't jittery like this on the Wii. It wasn't even like this in Metroid Prime Remastered. So why is it so much more jittery here? Because looking around with the motion control, I swear, it's probably going to make someone vomit. I apologize in advance if that is going to happen. I'll turn it off, but at some point that's going to be a problem. I just don't like how jittery it is. Yeah, it's actually making me sick. I don't understand why. Like, there needs to be a setting for the motion control that has some kind of, like, built-in stabilization. Something if you use this option. You're better off just going with the old school setup of just using the stick and then aiming freely with the Joy-Con. Because that legitimately is just too harsh. Okay, I'm surprised I made the jump. It's too harsh on your just senses. What's that? It's just a thing for ammo, wasn't it? Oh, that's how you get this back up and running. You just shoot it. Take that. The cheese is still here. Yeah, I really want to use motion control for looking around. I don't know if I can do it. That is extreme. Not seeing anything about having that kind of a thing, like stabilize. How about this? Pointer fusion. Use motion for aiming, control stick for movement. Let me see if that will fix my issue. Okay, yeah, this is the control I was looking for. That other control scheme was garbage by comparison. But now I can't shoot with the Z button. Why? It's like, man, they got the controls so good. And then you swap them a setting. And now we're back to just being bad. It's like, I want a hybrid of those two. Oh, come on, man. It's so close. Like, why is shoot not on the Z button? But missiles are still on R. What is this? It's just to reset the camera. It's like, cool, I could probably click in a stick for that. Yeah, look, it's set to none. Swap that with shoot. Wait, can you not swap? You can only swap the... Oh my god, come on. What is that? Why can I only swap move with the right stick? I can't click in the stick? That's so weird, man. It's like... well, I guess now I have a reset on A, but other than that being weird, everything else is exactly what I want. It's like I take 1 step forward and 2 steps back when I change certain control schemes, which I don't know why. No, it's not... I wouldn't say it's jittery because I'm in, like, performance mode, because I also tried that in quality mode and I had the same issue. The motion's very jittery because it doesn't really have any stabilization to it. So when you're using motion control, it's just moving the camera with every single twist and turn of your body. It's not taking in account like some kind of stabilization like the actual motion control settings for this control scheme are taken into account with. Does that make sense? Because this is supposed to be more designed for the pointer control, while dual stick fusion is more designed just for using dual stick. So when you try to force motion controls into this... Yeah, it's just with camera. Camera specifically, this is why. Motion control camera doesn't work. Because we're not moving our arm, we're moving the whole camera, which is why it's so jittery. Like, I hold my controller just straight like this. It gets every micro movement of my hand. And that's the issue. But the problem I have is that I would like to use dual stick because look how shoot is on both the A button and the ZR button. But for whatever reason, pointer only has shoot on one button. I don't know why. That doesn't make any sense. The fact that... Wait, what is that doing? Turn on advanced. It doesn't tell me. Wait. Buttons with question marks can be swapped. Wait. That's the only difference? Default, you can't swap anything with a question mark. They're hard locked. Advanced lets you swap with question marks. That's kind of weird. But alright. Because we haven't unlocked whatever plus does yet, but I can swap that with the camera. I don't know why you would do that, I guess, but it depends on what those powers are. Again, there's just some weird stuff with this specifically that I'm just having to get used to. I'm going to swap the interact with ZR specifically, because reset camera on A is fine with me. I just wish I could swap it with the R, like, click in. I don't know why I can't do click. That doesn't make any sense. Clicking in the right button does absolutely nothing. So there's some weird control oddities with this, but I'm not too surprised. Because Metroid Prime Remaster had some weird control things for certain mappings, but it was a lot more customizable than this, so you didn't notice. I want a control scheme that allows me to have interact on the A button and shoot on the ZR button like the default controls have, but unfortunately, pointer control doesn't do that for some reason. That's kind of weird. But yeah, I feel at home with this control scheme because I played so much of the Metroid Prime trilogy, so this is how I'm used to playing these games. The free movement like this is a lot more my jam. It's more accurate in a lot of ways to me, too. I mean, not as accurate as the mouse mode stuff, but mouse mode, as we saw before. This is mouse mode here. Again, not as jittery as it was with the other control scheme we were just using, but at the same time, it's more restricted. So mouse worked better with the hybrid mode instead of pointer mode. At least they give you multiple options. I gotta at least give them credit because there's so many different options I can choose from. I think the mappings are a little weird for how you remap things, but you can remap things in-game. Not many Nintendo games let you remap things. You have to do that on a system level if you usually want to remap stuff. So my kind of complaints I have here, I think are a little more nitpicks. I think that motion control for the camera is just very nauseating. You shouldn't use that. That's the only bad thing I've noticed with controls. Everything else has been good. Ow. I'm good. I'm fine. Might also help right now if I turn my arms in a bit on this chair so I can have a more natural position for this stuff. That's right, that was, I think, a different creature. I probably should have tried to scan it. It's fine. Stays right there. And there we got him. "3D printers? Oh, hey, can you make a new attachment for the Joy-Con 2 so they don't give me carpal tunnel? That'd be great." Unfortunately, it's not that kind of 3D printer. I'm gonna keep on hitting the A button. See, that's what I mean. If I can have shoot also map to A in this control scheme, I wouldn't have a problem. Because my muscle memory goes for A for a bomb. But now I gotta click the Z button for that. I might honestly just stick to the default control scheme. I might just honestly just use dual stick. As much as I like motion control, this game feels kind of weird for motion control in certain areas. Not as fluid as Metroid Prime Remaster. I still gotta give that specific game in the franchise the win here. I think Prime Remaster has the best control scheme of any Prime game, with all the different options you get. I don't know what the point of these are. Nah, I couldn't do the old Prime 1 strap. Just put a bomb like 5 miles away from the bomb slot, get in the bomb slot, and that just works. Because those bombs have like a massive radius for whatever reason in Prime 1 for this stuff. Oh my god, all the drones. Oh, I now get what those little pockets are. They're safe zones. Because you're gonna get zapped if you stay out here for too long in the middle. I'm going back down. I don't have time. I don't have a boost, so I don't know how I'm gonna get up this. Go, 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 go. That looks so dumb. I don't think that's how you're supposed to get up here faster, but that worked. Oh, it's our friend.
Back online. Facility's power has been restored. Once you return to the top floor, go to the next tab.
I would say finish your thought, but I don't think you can because of the signal being cut. I should have scanned that. As soon as I saw it, I was like, wait a minute. I'll see another one of those later. That's the problem in these games, man. If I don't scan literally every pixel, how am I supposed to know what's missable? Because there's plenty of things I'll probably miss. And mind you, I want 100% this game with both items and scans so I can see the cutscene viewer. Because who thought locking that behind 100% was a good idea? Oh, the people who are trying to sell you, like, what, $30 plastic toy? Oh, man. The amiibo have definitely gotten into under, like, really bad fire. When we get to the bike, I can elaborate even more, because I want to lock the bike here for tonight, obviously. We should be getting to that point soon. But people are very upset, at least with one of the features for the bike being locked behind an amiibo, and it's specifically a jukebox. It's a quality of life thing they could have put in the game, but they didn't do that because, you know, we gotta sell these plastic toys somehow. I think at this point, the amiibo just need to just stop. We're at a point now where the amiibo are just causing more problems than what they're worth. I'm not wanting to buy a $30 figure just so I can listen to some music on a bike. Like, that's excessive. Oh, I have to do this with the free flow movement. That's gonna be weird. Can I not even go this way right now? I think I have to go out, because this is looking like a point of problem. Specifically, a point of problem. Xenoblade Definitive doesn't have a cutscene viewer besides the other 3 games having it. Yeah, it's like the 3rd different release of Xenoblade. No, Xenoblade X is the 2nd time. Sorry, I was thinking of 1 for whatever reason. It made more sense the first game didn't have that, even after 3 re-releases, although that'd be stupid. But yeah, how do you not do that on a re-release? It's just beyond me. Ah, I see. You are ball. Proceed. I just feel like a Sonic level. Put that one level in terminal velocity. We just go in a circle. And then randomly a goal range just spawns. That was such a weird level. You just hold to like one side and then you're good. Like, it wasn't hard. There, now I got an elevator so I can go back up and down whenever I please in this room. I think I want to get to the save point once we get up top. I'm going to go into the next section, and then I'm going to swap to the Switch 1. I think this is a good place to do the swap to Switch 1. Probably because of the create a character. Yeah, but you can still make a cutscene viewer based around the create a character stuff. Because at that point, you just have a line of code in there that says, hey, main character uses this data if it's all in real time. So I don't know. It seems like a weird cop-out, I honestly think. Oh. Maintenance tank. You're wrecked. You're wrecked. You're wrecked. Okay, that was weird. Why did my game just like slow down to 15 FPS on 120 mode? That was weird. Was that like an effect going on because I got jammed? Like, what was that? Alright. Sure. That was a moment. So I need to be a morph ball in there, because now I'll get picked up. So how do I get over to that slot? Oh, okay. So I can't do that. Not too surprised there. Go back to my scan mode, see if I'm missing anything here. Not that I'm seeing. I think I was saying, tell me to go to Morph Ball. Oh, I have to use the Psychic Bomb again? Where was I using? Wait, where do I put this then? Oh, you gotta use this in the bomb slot. Okay, I didn't think that would work. So I would have to be physically in the slot to activate it. I gotta think outside of the box now with these psychic powers, because this is a completely new gimmick for the Prime series. Hello. I'm definitely not an abnormal ball. Okay, it didn't like me. It threw me in a garbage dispenser. Yep, this is literally the garbage chute. That activates that elevator at least. Oh, this is working out. Oh, hey, look at that. It's the bike stuff. I gotta use this to my advantage. Oh, okay. Well, I missed my chance. Well, I have the right idea of being the ball. I just didn't make the timing. And we are out of there. Hey, get out of the way. That's what these shutters are for. They just block you out. But now, I'm back in. I mean, this is kind of unnecessary, I guess, but if I gotta come back here later, that will help. Because now I don't have to deal with the laser stuff. Oh, hi. Random drone. Ah, get out of here. Just being a nuisance. Break several explosive impacts. Like that. And that. And then one more for good measure. Okay, I don't know what to do here. So let's get out. I can't use that yet. I need to get my boost ball back. Take your time. Don't rush this section. Really can't do much anyways because I have to wait for the elevator platforms to be up at a certain point. No. I was trying to go up, man. I didn't mean to fall that far. Now I gotta do all this again. I want to see if I can jump behind here because I can see the missile pack in the center. I'm just trying to figure out if I can get it early or if I gotta come back with boost ball. I think they want me to come back with boost ball. If I can stand on this, then I can jump over here. I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, I can't get that right now, so just remember that's here for later. Unless this can take me over. Oh, hang on. New thing. That's 100 pellet, isn't it? Yeah, 100. Knew it. I sucked that much, I was able to get it now. So this is just a shortcut back down. Yeah, so I'll make this a lot easier later. Because I don't want to do that whole electric platform elevator section again, so I can just take this elevator. Unfortunately, I can't get back here at all, so that is definitely a boost ball thing. I can even see the boost ball spinner in the middle. So I have to come back later for that. Too bad I can't just like mark that on my map now and say, hey, this thing here, which I'm trying to scan it. There you go. Put that on my map. Come back later. I know that you can get map data for areas in Prime 3, and that made 100% easier, but you have to wait until a certain part of the game to do it. I also am a little spoiled with some other games, like playing the Batman Arkham stuff, which came after this, where you can just like scan a Riddler trophy and it puts you on your map. So you can scan an item you can't get right now and revisit it later. Nintendo's games don't really do that traditionally. Like, you can't just say, hey, this thing, put on map for later. They just don't really let that happen in a lot of their titles. A lot of the times you don't see the thing on your map until you collect it. So what's the point? I imagine the bike's still not going to work, right? We still need more power. That was a little better, but yeah, that's still kind of weak. Heard something for Prime 4 that may make it tricky. I think I know what you're talking about. There's a point of no return in this story, and it auto-saves, from what I understand. Oh, here's our friend.
Anything you can activate now that the power's back on? To clear the way to the next tower.
With this storm, we might lose signal, but
Thanks for spelling it out, buddy. I had a feeling I gotta go to Terminal again. But I need to swap to an 8-year-old console this game was originally made for. So let me do it. Don't interrupt me. Yeah, the flicker is going to be weird for a second, but it's got to swap back to 60 frames per second. The menu doesn't work in 120. So let's go ahead at this point. I'm going to swap over to the Switch 1. And we'll see how this game runs on that system. Because this should have cloud save, right? It better have cloud save. I don't know why it wouldn't. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was going to say, this isn't Pokemon. So I don't have to do some jank setup to get my save over here. I can just pop the game in my Switch 1 and play it. Thank you. There, that's easy enough. Now I just grab a different controller. And now we should be all good. Let me just make sure the save actually transferred over here. Backup found, so no, it did not. I figured as much. Let's just download that real quick. Yeah, that's what I heard here. Apparently the point of no return part of this game, unfortunately, if you say yes to it, and then proceed to reload your file later, yeah, it unfortunately puts you at the post-game section, like the point of no return. So if you wanted to go back and 100% this game, it's recommended once you get the prompt saying, hey, you're going to an area you can't come back to. You sure you want to proceed? Tell it no, go to a save, and then from there, back up that save. That's what I've heard people say you want to do, if you want to explore more stuff. Otherwise, you're going to have to replay the entire game just to explore the world, which is very punishing, I will admit. It's good we already know about that now. People found out the hard way. It's like a Dark Souls trap, because I hear the same problem with Dark Souls, too. If you go fight the final boss, then you're just screwed if you want to play DLC, because it just pops you into the beginning of the game. There we go. Prime 4 Beyond. Honestly, I think this is a better title screen than the other one because randomly just Switch 2 edition being written underneath. Just kind of clunky looking. That's nothing to do with this game. I just think that every single one of these games getting the stupid branding on the bottom of it is just a little unnecessary. You didn't have to write out the entire thing. That's kind of much. Those are not the settings I was expecting. I was expecting my game settings. Scans at 25%. How are we doing that good on scans? I'm being very particular, apparently. Again, that autosave is pretty far behind. Not as bad as before, but it's almost 20 minutes. So, yikes. Actually, it's a little more than 20 minutes, actually. It's like 24 minutes. That's really off. Alright, so the game can run at 4K 60 frames per second or 1080p 120 frames per second on the Switch 2. But on the Switch 1, I don't know what this is supposed to be targeting. I know it's 60 frames, I don't know what's internal resolution. These loading times are atrocious though. Oh man, that's a difference. It feels like Metroid Dread's loading times actually, because they were pretty bad. So, I mean, it's an 8-year-old console. I guess I'm not very too surprised about this. I'm not really complaining. As long as the game runs fine, doesn't really have any kind of like frame dips here and there that are super distracting, I can take some downgrades for stuff like this on an 8-year-old system. It's kind of expected for the game not to run nearly as well as the thing that came out in June. Oh god, I still have the pointer control on, and it's with this controller. I can't. No. We're turning that off. So good to know the control scheme just migrated over, even though in this argument, that was really bad. So I'm gonna go back to stick control. There we go. That fixes my issue. I like how it shows like you can go over left and right, but you can't once you move to that respectful side. Yeah, that's much better. It does kind of feel like the motion control is like a slight bit delayed. I didn't feel that on Switch 2. I don't know if I just didn't notice it or it is a Switch 1 thing. I don't know. Yeah, but this game does look much worse in textures. It looks a little more muddy, which I'm not surprised. But it doesn't mean it looks bad on Switch 2. It looks pretty good for what it is. Can I not scan that? It's not. I can scan the body. That's just the map station. I need to get in here now. Question is... I think I could use the bomb. No? How do I open the shutter then? I did get told in that hint, hey, maybe there's something you can do here. You didn't really specify on what or where. I can interact the bike, which does a whole lot of nothing, as we've seen. Hang on, what's this? Yeah, this is new. Is this a suit upgrade? Was not expecting that. Yeah, there it is. Viola suit. Now I can ride the bike. That's it. I became able to drive. That's what these clothes are. It's essentially the same as putting on a racing outfit like NASCAR. It doesn't mean you can't drive the car, but now it makes it so that you don't catch on fire. Oh, it's putting me in front of the towers. So this is how I get to the other tower now. How much do I accelerate until we just burn out this platform? Alright, here we go. Okay, this is not probably the best segment for me to have swapped the Switch 1, but it's definitely going to put it through the paces on performance. That's for sure. This would have looked great at 120 FPS. But you guys can never notice that because of how I'm streaming in 60. And I'm over here. Let's scan this. More data. Probably for legal reasons, for people getting mad. I guess, yeah, that's them trying to avoid the Wii to Wii U thing, but it's also, in this age, not as needed because how many people have bought a PlayStation 5 game and put it into PlayStation 4 and gotten confused? The branding alone, I think that's the bigger problem. this case, it doesn't look that different from a Switch 1 game. So that's why they're trying to slap on a giant branding thing in the middle saying, hey, this is a Switch 2 game in comparison. But it's still a red case with the same form factor and the same kind of cartridge size inside. So the branding is trying to avoid that issue, but I can still see people getting this for a Switch 1 being confused. That's also why these are backwards compatible games, at least the ones that are upgraded to Switch 2. Because Donkey Kong Bonanza, you can easily buy that thinking it's a Switch 1 game. It won't be. I can still see parents getting confused no matter what branding you put in the box because they're just seeing the word Switch or Nintendo, and that's it. They don't know the nuances like most of us. I don't mind the branding thing there. I think it just, especially for the title screen, like why is it baked in the actual game? That kind of looks weird. It's too big. Just a simple little graphic would have been enough. But a giant banner, I don't think we need that much. That's just how I feel personally on like a graphics set. It just kind of looks like, and over the years I've learned more about like graphic stuff in general, like the do's and the don'ts for graphic design. And this kind of thing, it's not like it's frowned upon, but people definitely think it's just unnecessary. If you do a good enough job with the branding of the system, you probably wouldn't need to brand every game with a Switch 2 edition title card. So Nintendo kind of screwed up because the branding of the Switch 1 to Switch 2 is a very similar brand. So it's very easy to mix the two together. And that's why they're doing what they're doing, probably. Oh, we're gonna get Boost Ball soon. I heard about that here. Yeah, that was scummy from Activision. They just released a PS4 game and slapped the PS5 logo on it. It was pretty stupid. To be fair, that series has been like really problematic now in general for a lot of different reasons, and some of their scummy business practices are one of them. Like they've been called out for a lot over the past couple years. And I think Black Ops 7 was finally like the final nail in the coffin for people with the crap ton of AI use and just the extremely confusing / poorly designed campaign. People are finally just saying I'm done with that franchise, which is probably for the better. In a lot of ways, I really hope this one bombs because I've heard Black Ops 7 did not sell as well as Battlefield 6. I'm not a Call of Duty guy, I don't really care. I just don't want to keep on seeing slop released for $70 every year. And that's just the base game, we're not even talking about getting DLC yet. I didn't realize I had no health. I got distracted by talking about slop. So it said load from last save point. What if I didn't have one? Would that just go with the autosave? I would have to assume so. Yeah, okay. Yeah, these loading times are very similar to Dread. Going between areas in Metroid Dread took like 30 to 40 seconds on a Switch. This feels similar to that. I don't know exactly. I mean, I could time it next time, I guess. But this feels like about 30 seconds. Alright, let's be more careful here this time, because these robots hit hard with their lasers. Getting hit by one is taking me down like at least a quarter of an E-tank, I've been noticing. Don't shoot those boxes this time. I need to keep them around in case I need health. Can I skip cutscenes? Now's a good time to check. And the answer is no. I'm hitting every button on the controller and nothing works. So I can't skip this. That's kind of bad. If I gotta keep on seeing a cutscene every time because I'm bad at a video game, I should be allowed to skip it after seeing it once. How do I do that? Yeah, that's actually almost half an E-tank. Jeez, these guys hurt. And they got reinforcements. Okay, I got the kamikaze death. Got me on the way out. Touche. Oh my god, the second one did too. I could have actually died there if I didn't have enough energy to survive that. At least they're kind of put me in front of the door. Okay, apparently there's just a random thing of gravity in this room. That's a new thing of health. 50 points. I didn't realize I was still in that mode. Oops. I have a random little gimmick for this room to have the gravity just kind of swap here and there. Doesn't affect me, thankfully. If it just pulled me to the roof, that would have been funny. Just Samus getting stuck on the ceiling at that point, like an insect. Oh god. Is this gonna be another room with those robots? It feels like another battle room. Yeah, sure enough. I knew it. Oh, it's a different one though. Teleported. That's not great. I'm gonna have a problem with this one then. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one to scan because of the teleporting. Dude, I just want to scan you. Please stay still for more than 3 seconds. Oh my god. Just want to scan. I just want to scan. Can we get the freeze time thing for scan logs? That'd be great. This guy's terrible to scan right now. I need to take out his robots. I had a feeling. This section's kind of rough, actually. I'm taking a lot of damage from every single hit here. Kind of feels like a difficulty spike. Unfortunately, there's no save rooms here, so unless I wanted to double back after the first room, I gotta do that first fight again. Again, would have been probably better still in the Switch 2 right now, because I might have swapped the mouse control just for this. Because I need that, like, fast flicking. I just wish it didn't give me carpal tunnel in the process. But yeah, this is running at lock 60. I don't know what the resolution is. It's looking like it could be 720 because it looks a little muddy and jaggy. So it's not 1080p, I can tell you that. 720 would be a safe bet. And that's fine for what the system can handle, honestly. As long as it doesn't drop the frames, I don't care about the resolution as much. You definitely wouldn't notice this in handheld mode because it's going to be, again, a lower res in handheld, probably like what, 540p or something like that. But at the same time, as a lock 60, you're playing that small screen, you're not going to notice. Okay, that's a good strategy. Using my Psychic Beam to do a couple different chips hits right in the beginning, and then I'll focus on the robots after the fact. With some charged shots and a missile. That should does a lot. Unfortunately, controlling this thing is a little weird still. It's not that sensitive. So when I hit an enemy, I'm having to move the thing really fast, and if my beam's near a wall, I'm hitting the wall. Also, apparently it just has like a weird limitation on range. I didn't expect that to just randomly just pop. Sounded like it was about ready to pop there, too. Okay, my missile went right through his body because of that attack. There we go. Try to scan him because it looked like that was a green robot for a second. I could have swore I scanned you. I know I did. Sure enough. Alright, there. Let me get some ammo. I'll get in the next room, I guess, because it put me here. Is none... Okay, I was gonna say, none of these containers are gonna have ammo. Kind of. Only one did. That's kind of bad. I hope this thing lasts on screen for more than 3 seconds so I can try to scan him. I'm gonna try to hit him with my Psychic Beam first, and when he's stunned, I'm gonna see if I can scan him on the ground. Because he's moving around way too fast otherwise. And again, I have a complaint about this part. It's just, I've seen this cutscene. No matter what button I'm hitting, I can't skip it. That's something I think they need to address in the patch. That's a pretty easy thing to fix, because I've seen games that don't have skippable cutscenes get them later. If you have seen it before, I think you should be allowed to skip. Got him. There we go. Jeez, this guy's a pain to scan. He doesn't stay still for long. Short-range teleport device. Blades on both arms. Attacks using X-shaped beam. Rotational slashes. I don't know that because he hasn't been trying to attack me. He keeps on sending out his little drones. You only send out so many because he's running out of them. Okay, you can only hit him once. There's the X attack. Just immediately teleported. Oh, get out. I'm trying to get on the beam. There. Man, that was a pain to fight. I didn't like that enemy at all. The problem I have is, yes, I get its gimmick, but can he stay on screen for more than like 2 seconds, please? Even knowing his gimmick, he was kind of a pain to fight because I couldn't get the charge shot out in time. Something tells me we probably have one more room of combat. I don't know, just a hunch. Although our elevator jammed. Hello. That's how I think there could be more combat. Just call it a hunch. Not like we gotten rid of all the robots or something. Is that boost ball? Can't tell, it's too far. No, it's a hatch. Messing with me now, huh? Just a little inconvenience, that's all. This is actually a really good comparison area because we were out here on the Switch 2 in quality mode. Or performance mode. I keep on mixing them up. I don't know why. So now we can see between the Switch 2 with performance to Switch 1 with Switch 1 mode. We can actually see some of the graphical detail here being different. It's muddier, but it still looks pretty good for Switch 1. And its frame rate is not tanking at all. Like, this is pretty locked. I was expecting this to maybe be like a Bayonetta 3 situation where it works, just not well, because Bayonetta 3 looks pretty okay on the Switch 1, and its frame rate's terrible. It is all over the place. It tries to be at 60 frames, but it's like, it mixes between like the low 40s to mid 50s in most areas. It's very distracting. But on Switch 2, it's locked 60, because the whole we fixed frame rate thing on Switch 1 games. Better emulation and all. What's that thing? Well, it's not looking friendly. It's a drone. Ah, it's made by AI. Okay, I'll show you what I think of AI. Nuke it. Destroy it. Pop the bubble now! That is what I really want to see for the rest of the industry. I want to be free. I want to be free, man. Get rid of this stupid AI garbage. It's all slop. Why I think of your slop. This is a better pattern. That other one was a little clustered. That barely counted. Oh, God. Hey, I'm back. Barely. There we go. I was gonna say, how much more damage do you take? Interesting mini boss, I'll give it that. Not as annoying as those stupid robots, mainly the teleporting one. That teleporting one takes the cake for worst enemy so far in this game. I know I can't be the only one who thinks that, because that guy was just way too slow to fight. Just too annoying. I knew it. I knew it. You can't let me get away without having another combat area. I haven't had a save point in a while, so this is getting a little tedious now. Oh, wait a minute. That is not who we expected to see. That'll just be another generic laser guy. No. He's back. Silex found us. Electric shock arm cannon. I'm surprised I can't get a scan out of him. Oh crap. So the boop doesn't work. Repeat, the boop doesn't work. You didn't like getting booped on the head. Can this hit him? Nope, that doesn't work either. Oh, this is a new scan. Hang on. Physical contact's dangerous, but the spin may be disrupted by inflicting concussive damage to the base of the target. Concussive, huh? Oh my god, I thought that was a high jump there. No, it was just the camera. Come here. He gets in this form almost instantly, so I shouldn't even be getting at him more fall at all. He's also getting much faster now. But 3 is the magic number, as it usually is with Nintendo games. Done him 3 times and he's out of the form. I almost got him instantly. He's going so fast now. There we go. That's the instant I was looking for. GG's. I was really worried if I died there, I'd be going back to my save point. So I really didn't want to die and had to lock in. As you can imagine, that wasn't a real Silex. There's why the scan wasn't working. It was just a robot. I love also after all that, they give you an E-Tank. Kind of a little bit of an apology for all the damage you were taking up to this point. Like, we're here, have 100 more health. Thanks. It's coming a little late. We only had 1 E-Tank so far, and it was the one from the tutorial section. Surprised the elevator's working after being dropped like a good, what, 3 stories? Yeah, you know, you had the right idea, Kira, with that joke. He has an E-tank, but for me. Speaking of, is that another one? Grapple node, okay. What's next to the grapple node? Shot expansion. Increases maximum shot ammo by 10. Also restores 10 shot ammo. I don't know what that is yet. We haven't found whatever the shot ammo is. That's a little bit of a sneak peek for our later ability. No, not again. Man, they really just have this whole area be Combat City, huh? That couldn't reach? Are you kidding me? I gotta have to hit you from behind. I gotta focus on these robots here because they're really being a nuisance. Now you can see why they gave you another E-tank after the Silex fight. For the fake fight. Boop. That's right. I know how that cheese. Just give me that save point, man. Dear God, I really can't imagine not getting to that save point before I dying right now. I don't want to see what happens. The autosave in this has been pretty atrocious so far, as we've seen on how far back the save timers are. So, if it didn't autosave until, like, one of the last steps before that fake Silex fight, I'm gonna have a lot to redo. So I don't want to test that theory. Oh my God, I lost, like, a good chunk of health just walking into this room. Because of these. I didn't even see these turrets. AI control beam cannon, that's why I think of your slop. Bring the RAM prices down. Want to build a computer before 2050. Oh, by the way, speaking of that, this is a very depressing thing, as always with the RAM shortage stories, but I heard that the whole Micron deciding to pull out from the consumer market thing, I heard that apparently the people working at Crucial didn't know that was going to happen until, like, what, like about an hour before the public announcement? They got hit with an email the same day the public flat out got told, hey, we're stopping the whole Crucial department. We're gonna stop selling to you, the consumer. That's terrible. These guys found out they're probably being laid off by an email. I hate where things are going in the modern age, man. It's just getting so toxic. Heart goes out to everyone working at Crucial because it sounds like they're just gonna lose their jobs by February. So, definitely put in those applications now to everywhere else. I'm not worried about wasting these because I'm going to my save point. And this is a good opportunity to go back to the Switch 2 because this looked pretty good on Switch 1. It ran beautifully. And that's the thing I'm more concerned about in this system. I don't like the loading times, but I'm not surprised that the loading's bad on Switch 1. It's version of the internal storage is the same as like a flash drive. And the cartridge speeds aren't that different because of that. So, not surprised this is floating pretty horrible. This is also why I opted to buy the physical game on the Switch 2 specifically, because the physical cartridges on Switch 2 load faster on the Switch 2 than the physical cartridges of the Switch 1 loading a game with the Switch 2 edition. It's a bottleneck of the Switch 1 cart specifically. So, that's why I opted for this version. Alright, but let's go ahead at this point, save the game, get out of here. I'm going back to the newer and shinier version. I'm just going to wait for this to back up to make sure I can play it on my other system without any problems. But yeah, the remainder of the night, we'll focus on playing on the Switch 2. I'll probably keep it on the performance mode for the 120 FPS, because that was just really nice for me. And you won't notice the difference between 4K and 1080p on the stream when it's a 1080p broadcast. I'm going to give him one more try, though, because at 120 FPS, I really like the idea of mouse control. I'm going to try it again. Because my hands had enough of a break, I can probably get away with trying using the mouse control for a little bit longer. If this doesn't work, I'm immediately swapping back to the more traditional control scheme, or even just the other control scheme based on the Wii game. Let's see about that autosave now. Oh my. Okay, can I just ask, what is going on with the autosave in this game? How does it trigger? Like, what is this? It didn't autosave me until I entered this section of the Vault Forge that we're leaving now. Holy crap, that's bad. I'm missing so much of the story on that file, and I don't understand. Why are they so sporadic? At that point, why even bother an autosave? I don't understand. Maybe that's another thing that can possibly address in a patch, or it just gets better when it gets to the open world, because in this section, it is not working. I'm better off for manual saving, which I do anyways, but still, what is going on with that autosave point? That's just so weird. We are in 120, right? Yeah, because my capture card flickered, which should tell me that's in 120. I'm just going to make sure. Yeah, we're still in performance mode. Again, it's 1080p, 120 FPS, or 4K 60. And I'm going to play with this mode, because honestly, if I'm at my desk, 1080, 120, yes. If I'm sitting at my TV, it's definitely going to be 4K, because I can't get the 60 frames on that. Hey, Elite Cut. Hopefully I got your name correct there. How you doing? And I appreciate the compliment on those Pikmin 2 videos. They've been a lot of fun to make so far. I'm glad people have been enjoying the series. Still a lot more to go, since that's a pretty big game compared to the first Pikmin. I don't know when to expect to be done with that, since I'm not done recording the main story yet. Oh, I didn't mean to grab that, because that was the big health. I'll find it again later. Alright, now the question is, where do I go from here? Because I need bike, right? Transferring Tower 2 storage. That's where we're at, right? We're in Tower 2? Yeah, okay, so where's storage? Just shoot it down. It's like, give me bike. Give me bike. It's like, I'm not hoofing the whole thing. It's like, hey guys, you want to walk 10 miles to our next location? Nah, I'm good. Give me a bike. I'm not walking that. transferred the storage with these pipes. How was that out of scanning range? I'm in front of the thing. Really weird. Here we go. Also a missile pack. Alright, wait for it to do its thing, because in the center, this is just deadly. I think I'm supposed to do this with Boost Ball. This feels like a Boost Ball puzzle. I'll take a little damage for this. How much longer do I get the open world section, I wonder? Because we've been streaming now for, what is it, 3.5 hours? And I'm still in a more traditional section of Metroid, which I'm fine with because I like the traditional Metroid stuff. I'm just more wondering about when the open world stuff happens. Now that we got the bike, it's gotta be soon. Also, was this just for a missile pack? I thought that was gonna be for something more. It's not. Again, how do I get bike? I want my bike. Give me my bike. They're going this way. I better not have to hoof it. I just never got to this area, but I can't get to the planet core, I guess, from here. Yes, I go from here, go there. Not seeing anything else. I really don't want to walk that. That's so bad if I have to. Wait, can I... Okay, you call the bike with the plus button. I was gonna say, that has to be a call button, right? I had to think about that. Bike control feels weird with mouse, and this is not a knock to the game's control or even the mouse mode on Joy-Cons. This is a problem I have in literally every PC game if I get like mouse control on a vehicle, because I have like the same complaint sometimes with certain PC games. It's mainly when you have to like use your mouse to look around, but you're still moving with like traditional like WASD or joystick. And hitting that plus button is definitely a pain with Joy-Con mouse mode. Alright, so there's our third tower hologram. Wow, this one's a lot more twisty-turny, so I guess we get to use the bike here? This looks like a lot more for bike stuff. Oh, thank goodness. I need a donut. Alright, now let's go. I hate when I have to drive the speed limit. Hey, how'd I pop out? Hello? Get back in there. Rev those engines. Ooh, it's a race. Greetings, driver. Today we'll be conducting VLA performance and combat training. Directions will be provided in each trial. Performance will factor into final vehicle certification. As a reminder, all 3 test courses must be completed before VLA is delivered to the certification supervisor. So essentially, complete all these courses and then we'll let you use bike out of here. You know what's kind of weird? I can still use the joystick and the mouse control to move the camera on this. So I'm going to be nudging the joystick every once in a while if I'm in the mouse mode, which is not ideal. But let's get out of that. I can't do the bike thing with the mouse mode. That's just not going to work. My max speed I can go when turning seems to be 675. I'm gonna assume this is in kilometers, because that'd be weird in miles. Trying to see what our max speed is just driving forward. It seems to be around like the mid 700s. Use the boost ability. Yeah, good luck doing that with mouse control, because it's like this. So we go faster with boost, as you would imagine. I know, wrong way. I missed my target. Can't boost. Go on boost. There we go. That's all 3 targets. Power slide ability. After boosting, immediately press and hold the B button to power slide. I did not do that. I was holding the B button, it just didn't work, so I gotta try it again. So tap the button to boost, and then immediately let go, then hold it. What I was doing is just holding the button immediately, and that doesn't count. And there you go. That was all 3 of the tests, so we are now bike certified. Excellent work, driver. Prepare VLA for the next test. What do you mean there's more? I want to be bike certified now. Scan the flying target. Okay, at least I don't have to do much to lock on, because I'm not moving the camera for that. That just worked. Yeah, don't use the mouse control in bike. Oh, dear God, because then I would have to use the A button for this, and that's like the most uncomfortable thing. It works, but I'm really pushing my hand down to reach for the A button. So I'm just going to hold this Joy-Con normally. I'm not surprised that the vehicle, that seems more designed with traditional controls in mind, would work terribly with the mouse control because of the button layout. Yeah, that's not a surprising fact. It's something you should probably expect. Because again, all my complaints with mouse mode stuff, it's just coming with the form factor of the controller and nothing to do with the functionality of the game. Because in the game, it works great. This is making me worried about future mouse mode games on Switch 2, just because of the form factor being weird. Like, I'm really looking forward to the next Splatoon game that can have this, but I'm also worried it's just not gonna feel any better than gyro control because of the controller alone. Alright, well, there's our second test. There should be one more? Because they said 3, right? And that was test 2. Yeah, this game is so buttered smooth, though, at 120 FPS. I'm so glad that a lot of modern consoles now are just supporting that out of the box. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, Switch 2, they all just support high frame rate stuff now, and that's great. I want to see more games take advantage of that on the console. Ever since trying out high frame rate on PC, it's been hard to go back. It just feels so good. Okay, eliminate first wave of attack targets. Don't know what that means in this context. I don't see any targets. Not yet, at least. Is that my first target? Does that count as eliminating? Ran into him. Works for me. So let's just break the targets, huh? I was running the power slide, but I had like no boost. And that one was just weak, so I couldn't even try it. A final wave. Behind me. There we go. That was easy. So that should be it. Now I have all the missions done that I need for my certification. So that should let me use this bike out of this tower. And if that's the case, we should be getting one more step closer to the actual like open world stuff. 'Cause I'm really curious about it. That's the one thing about this game I don't know how to feel about. Because the problem I have is that most games are just cramming open worlds in just because. But the thing is, if an open world's done well, then I don't mind it. It's just, how well did they handle open world for this? I don't know. There's been so many mixed things, because some people say it's fine, some people say it's just open and boring. I want to see it for myself. I don't know how long it takes to get to that part, though. I've been going for almost 4 hours, and I'm still in towers. I'll get something stronger soon to also attack enemies, because the charge beam missile stuff can only get me so far. Is this the ceremony pedestal? Ah, it's a weird looking ceremony. It looks like a boss fight to me. I guess now I can try a boss with the mouse stuff. So this is Zelios, developed by Lemorne to manage Volt Forge's factory and install to our organic computer. Fusion with Metroid has made it uncontrollable. I've noticed the trend in this game's plot. Metroid bad. Who would have guessed? Alright, I gotta see something for my own sake. We go into control scheme. And let's swap those two alone. Now I'm gonna shoot with left click. It's already feeling a lot better. It's a smaller button, but it's more natural for mouse mode. That one simple swap does make this feel a lot more like a real mouse now. Yes, I know, I just wasn't prepared, game. Get out of there. You guys still telling me about the free aim thing. It's like, I know, but I can't do anything when the boss isn't attacking me. How you heading out, Matt? Oh, enjoy the rest of your night. Have a good one. I missed my timing. I might have been able to hit the core fast. This is why I'm wishing I could have something that does more power. This is taking a very long time to chip away this guy's health. My shots don't do that much. And I can charge beam, yes, but that takes a while for it to charge up, so I'm not getting that many shots in. And I only get a few shots in before he closes back up his holes. That's why I want something that's just more powerful, period. Because this problem wouldn't be a thing if I do more damage. I didn't even do anything there. That's a new attack. I can't move. Get me out of here. Paralyzes me for a minute if I get hit by that. That just seems like I'm doing more damage, but just doing the standard power shot, not even a charge. That's actually very interesting. Yeah, a second. Let me pause this for a second. I want to fix my desk arm here for a second. Make this more traditional again. Give me a better position for my wrists. Shout out to Ergo chairs, by the way. This is a brand new one, and it just feels fantastic. I needed to get a new desk chair. Mine was starting to give me like back problems. Where'd that thing go? There it is. That comes down so fast, I don't even know if you can dodge that. Maybe Morph Ball? Just making sure there's nothing I still need to scan. I'm so tired of doing like 3 points of damage and this thing just moves. Can that just stop happening? Because this fight's interesting, it's just going on way too long. Dude, I just want to hit your core. I feel like I've been here for 5 years. I was right about the Morph Ball thing. You can't dodge that if you're in normal form. Give me the health, give me the health, give me the health. No, I was holding the button for charge, didn't come out in time. Oh, crap. The problem is, the save system in this game so far for death has been very punishing, so I think I know what's happening now. Oh, thank God there's a checkpoint. Thank God. I was gonna be so upset if it said just last save and last save alone. Wait, now I have to ask, what happened with the earlier section we were in Tower 2 then? Because if I died on the 3rd floor before the Silex fight, I had to be sent straight back to my last save. There was no checkpoint. But here in front of the boss, there is a checkpoint. By the way, now there's a skip button. Excuse me. There is a level inconsistency I've been noticing in Prime 4 right now with certain things, like with checkpoints, the autosave just being apparently slacking at its job, and then now this situation where I can skip a cutscene. I was literally complaining about that earlier, mashing every button on my controller, wouldn't let me skip. But this is a skippable. Like, what is this consistency, dude? These are some very interesting design decisions, I will say, in terms of the player time. Because you have the things I'm complaining about in the game, but they're just not triggering when I need them the most. That doesn't make any sense. I know, game. I failed it by like 1/4 of a second of that. I love when the game tells you in a tutorial say like, hey, do you know you can do this? Like, I did. It tells you the thing you failed at. So it's insult to injury there. I got barely any damage out. This is definitely not as bad as the first time fighting Celios here, but this is still a very long fight. He has a lot of health, and I'm just not doing that much damage. I actually got hit in. Let's go. When it's screaming like that, that's another good opportunity to get a hit, too. Dude, I couldn't hit the points. I missed. Finally, man. That thing had too much health. Oh, dear God. That was an interesting fight, but I think they could have shaved off like 25% of its health bar. And it could have got the same point across without taking another 5 minutes. That was a very long fight. Oh, it's finally done, and we can get our power up. I was not the scan button. This is the scan button. Psychic boots. Hey, that thing we were looking at in like the first hour of the game. We can now stand on those said hidden platforms. These are the boots required. Psychic boots. Enables a second jump while airborne. So that's our double jump back. And now we can stand on those psychic platforms. Cool. What's this? Is this the bike ceremony? We finally doing it after that nightmare of a fight? No, that's taking us out of here. That's another warp. Give me key. I got key. That's already 2 of them. I'm surprised we got 2 of the 5 keys so far. I thought these would take a little bit longer to get to. Not gonna lie. Because we still have not seen the open world outside of a very, very, very small piece of it. With our first interaction getting to this area, being out in the desert. It was such a brief thing, you wouldn't even know that was the open world. we back. Is this the intro room, actually? 'Cause we got a save over here. Might be the intro room. Why bother breaking these? I'm gonna save in the game, then it just auto heals and restores all my missiles, so why am I bothering? I'm gonna go for a little bit longer. I would have stopped here normally, but I want to see the open world. That's the thing. I need to see it. I don't know how far in I need to go, but it feels like it's just around the corner. I'm gonna play for a little bit longer. My hard cap is midnight though, because I do have a lot of things I have to take care of tomorrow. So I can't be up all night, obviously. I want to go to that. Currently in position. Wait a minute. Did we not get the certification yet? Unless double jump was my certification. I guess I just get out of here now. Let me check. Let's radio our friend, I guess. Ah, I can't talk to him. He's unavailable. Not too surprising. It's probably the interference. I can get over here, I think now, right? I don't know. Let us, at this point, go to the security chamber. We don't need to do the tests. I got my double jump. That's probably what it was for the quote-unquote certification. So now with double jump, I should be able to move on to a new area. Whee! And that's why we can boost. I don't think that would have worked if it didn't have boost. Alright, so now we're back here. With the certification, I should be good to leave, right? Oh no, there's still this! Can't do anything with boost ball yet. But I can leave. Man, why your lasers all hit like a truck? There. Okay, I guess we're not doing it that way. How do I get this bike on the pedestal and then get it to work then? That is not on the pedestal. Not active. Currently in maintenance mode. So I gotta find a bomb slot, and then I'll fix it. There was this up here, but that's a exit, right? Yeah, it's a maintenance hatch. So I gotta find the bomb slot. Another hatch. Maybe it's back in this room, although that would not make any sense because the other thing that was here is for boost ball. It's funny, there's two spinners, but one doesn't work. Let me see if there's something up here, because I can double jump up in this area. Oh, that's where the bomb hatch was. Okay, I wasn't gonna find that by just looking down below. It was behind a closed door. A little bit of a brain fart. That's how you could also tell I'm getting tired, too. Let's go. Oh, that's another elevator sequence, essentially. Okay. Well, we got our bike. Now we can go wherever we want with this thing. And this is the section I was the most curious about. This is the part that is very controversial. So now we can actually see it for ourselves. Welcome to the open world of Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Now with bike. So, remember that amiibo thing I've been alluding to like 4 hours ago at this point? Yeah, here's where I can talk about it. When you're riding around on the bike, you get this. Silence. Apparently, if you're using the Samus amiibo that's designed for this game, it gives you essentially like a jukebox styled option, because then you can play music on the bike, which fills the empty void driving around here, because this is a big open world. So having some music to play during all this would be appreciated. But unfortunately, you can't do that in the game itself unless you have amiibo, which is pretty controversial right now. A lot of people are not a fan of that.
You found a teleporter key.
But I'll get back to that in a second.
Looks like there's 3 keys left. Up to you to decide which one to go after first.
So I'm essentially out of the tutorial for real now, because now I can go wherever I want. Toggle the minimap and holding down. I don't know why I would do that. That's kind of a weird thing to turn off, but alright, that's a thing I can do. But, yeah, I don't know, man. The fact that, yeah, there's no music playing during this, it's just ambience. I can see why people are upset. I mean, to me, I guess I can easily fix it by not spending 30 bucks and just playing music in the background. Like if I'm playing on the computer, play through my headphones, or if I'm playing on the console, then I'll just load up Spotify on my phone or something. But, what was it exactly? I had the article earlier on my phone. Just don't remember what was labeled. Here we go. Here you go. Locks feature behind amiibo. This is the article. So I'm trying to see the specifics people are complaining about here. Okay, here we go. You can, with the Metroid Prime 4 Samus amiibo, it's just her standard amiibo. It's not the one on the bike. You scan that in the game, and then you can, quote-unquote, use background music as a perk for owning the Samus amiibo, along with the ability to activate a shield with that will block up to 99 damage and fully restore Samus' health once per day. The music thing is the one that people are upset about, because that makes no sense to be locked behind a plastic toy. This is almost kind of feeling like the Metroid Samus Returns amiibo situation all over again, where I believe it was the Metroid. It locked the fusion mode behind that specific amiibo, and it became really hard to find because it sold out almost instantly, so people couldn't get the amiibo at all. And it kind of feels like that situation, except they're more readily available because people aren't buying amiibo. I saw someone got the new Kirby amiibo for like $20 off already, and it's like, it hasn't even been a month. And some stores are already putting on clearance just to move stock. That's telling you a lot. But yeah, this is it's a pretty open world. I'm not really seeing anything to do in a lot of areas. Like, I can drive over rocks here and there. Neat. It's not really doing much. So I can see the complaints with the open world thing. I'm starting to see it. Now, how egregious is this in comparison to, like, other open world game formats? I can't tell you. Like, I got a little pocket here. Okay. It exists. But I don't really see a purpose to be in it, so I'm gonna get out. Like, I don't know if there's more to do in the open world than just collect some crystals here and there like that. But if that's all you can do, yeah, we didn't need to make this open world. This just feels like we just did open world for the sake of open world. And that's what I was worried about. You don't need to make every game an open world nowadays. It's just for whatever reason, we're still in that mentality of every game can be this because, I don't know, people like Grand Theft Auto and Skyrim, so why not? Breath of the Wild's so fantastic, we can do that too. But not every game needs to be this. I mean, this is what drags down Mario Kart World in my experience because of the intermission tracks. If they didn't have the open world stuff, then that game wouldn't have the intermissions, which means we wouldn't have a complaint from the majority of the fans. Yeah, there is nothing in this world. Yeah, this is very open-ended and barren. I was afraid of this. Oh, there's some things to kill. Hey, look at that. Social activity. Yeah, it wasn't that much. It was something. We got this area here. Looks like this guy, whoever was driving this tank, rammed it into the side of the wall. This needs the psychic lasso, so that's an upgrade I need later that opens up another thing. So like a little interaction here and there in the open world. You get some stuff to do, but yeah, this is what I was afraid of. The game has an open world just for the sake of it being an open world, but there's nothing here. It is a literal barren wasteland, which is not surprising. It's a desert. Yeah, this would take it down a point or two for me. I think what people were saying, an 8 out of 10, yeah, that's probably fine. I think if you were gonna take this stuff out, it could have been a 9 out of 10 in most people's eyes. But I don't know. I'm being harsh on it right now because I'm not understanding the point of this world even existing. This just kind of feels here. So that's... It's gonna take some more time for me to play to fully like build out my opinions on the open world thing. First impressions are pretty weak, I will be honest, because there's a thing here and there to do, but when you have 50 miles of nothing and then that 1 mile mark has some stuff, then it makes me feel like they just crammed in open world here because they could. Again, this is just my first impressions. My opinions might change. I've been posting whenever I beat games on my Blue Sky, giving like a little bit of a synopsis of my experience with the game there. I'll be playing more of this when I'm done streaming it, obviously. So I will have more to say about this game after I beat it. It's going to be a while before I will talk about that on socials for that reason. But at the same time, I'll have a better opinion once I beat all this. It's going to take a couple weeks at least. Because I'm not going to want to bum rush this game. I want to, between working on a couple different projects and just want to take my time with this. This will be my game to play for the rest of the year, for December in general. But if I have to give like at least an initial impression over this entire experience so far tonight, the base experience, just, you know, wandering around the standard stuff we've seen so far in the tutorial stuff for the standard world, it's all been great. Controls have been really good. A little weird to get used to, but other than that, it's fine. My personal preference was still with like Metroid Prime Remastered's control scheme because that was just so good, and then this just kind of downgrades in some fashion. But there's more stuff to do, so I guess that's probably why they had to change it. It's understandable, but I just really like the control scheme of Prime Remastered. It's just, I was really hoping more from mouse mode. It's just a complaint I have with the controller, nothing to do with the game. And then open world exists, like it's just here, man. They're taking a cue from Monolith for open world. Yeah, because pretty much every open world game they've made between their Xenoblade stuff and Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, like there's plenty of things everywhere to do. There's side quests, there's collectibles, there's plenty of enemies to interact with. So there's plenty of things to distract you when wandering the open world. But here, I can count grains of sand. Like, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, that's 5. I'm feeling sleepy. Like, what is there to do here, man? Seriously. Again, the idea on paper, this scene's fine, but this is what we were seeing in the trailers. This kind of footage. And this is why people were worried that, unfortunately, there would be nothing in the world. And sadly, now with the final product coming out, yeah. Yeah, that complaint's valid. There is nothing here. This does drag the experience down. That's unfortunate. Once I'm to my next destination, I'm not going to be complaining at all because I'm just playing the game normally. Because it's just standard Metroid fare. But until I get to my destination... I mean, I'm playing it up a little bit for the bit. Because, you know, I'm streaming and all. I got to have that expression and such for the viewer retention. You get the joke, but... I'm playing it up a bit. I'm just a little more disappointed there's nothing in the world. Because this could have been more. And the issue with the amiibo locking music behind that specific device is kind of dumb. That's why I just want amiibo at this point just die out. We're locking basic features behind amiibo, and with them getting more expensive, this game is really making it egregious that the figures are just a waste. It's locking basic features behind a very expensive paywall. They gotta go. As much as I like them, I mean, see some of the amiibos behind me on my shelf. I got a whole shelving unit just dedicated to figures. So I like these figures, don't get me wrong, but that was during the golden era of these figures, like in the Wii U 3DS era. Once we got on the Switch, the amiibo became less and less relevant. And now the Switch 2 era, these things are extremely irrelevant. Like, it's just... Why are we still doing it? Like, why are we still making amiibo in 2025, going to 2026? I just don't understand. But where am I going here? I just want to get to the next area, and then I'm going to save once I get there and probably call it. The big thing you can do, I'm noticing in this open world, besides find a random area to interact with here and there for maybe an expansion, is that there are crystals all throughout the land. So you need to find some of those crystals. And that's, I guess, your incentive for doing other stuff. Yeah, so I can't get here. I don't know how I can get in. Wanting to get into Fury Green, but I don't see a way. I mean, I was told that I can go to any of the 3 locations for my next 3 keys. I don't see the entry point yet. Is it over here, maybe? Yeah, this is it. I just took a wrong turn. Another thing, I mean, I don't want people to spoil it for obvious reasons, but I do wonder, is there going to be fast travel in this? I really hope there is. Imagine if I need to get back over to the other side of this overworld where I just came from to get the bike, and I had to drive my bike over there every time. That's going to add like a good 3 hours to my overall 100% experience, because there's going to be a lot of back and forth. I'm not looking forward to that, that's true. I really hope there's fast travel. That'd be such a dumb thing for them not to have in this game.
Have you located any of the teleporter keys? If you're not sure where to go next, check the map.
The game's even getting tired of me just screwing around the overworld. It's like, hey, doofus, go to map locations. Like, I know, I was just trying to find any social activity in the desert. Spoilers, there's no social activity in the desert. Who would have guessed? Never got to scan these. Now I know. Sand stream. Oh, there we go. We made it to our next location. I do like the idea you can tackle any of the 3 other key locations at whatever pacing you want. I am curious, though, how that's going to work with your abilities, because these areas have all got to be built with this specific Samus in mind. So say if I get the grapple hook, the next area can't be designed to use the grapple hook to make progress. That can't work. It can only be designed to work with whatever abilities I have now in case I wanted to go to that area as number 3, not as like key 4. So that's another thing I'm kind of curious about as I play the game. But again, we can't get the full scope of that now. That's way past the scope of what this first impression is going to be like. Because that'll be something I experience multiple hours into the adventure. So that's another thing I wonder if the open world style is going to hinder some of the game's overall progression for doing certain things in worlds. Or is it just going to be a thing where I get like certain abilities, I go back and forth just for expansions, if that makes sense. Because I'm back here now. We were here before. Actually, was that a good thing? Because the problem is I don't have a wave marker at this point. There was still this, which I couldn't do anything with. This is like fire. Must be removed, which I don't even know how to remove that thing. So, no, I'm not supposed to be here yet. I mean, at most I can get like 1 missile pack, which is like a whoop-de-doo kind of thing. I'm going back. I have a lot of concerns about certain formats, I guess I should say, for Worlds now, because of this being open. I just hope some of those doubts are crushed once I start seeing things. Because honestly, the base game is still really good, plays out like any other Metroid game. But the open world is definitely changing the format of this game in a weird fashion. Something to get used to. But apparently where I'm at was a bad move, because we were there at the forest, we got a key there, and we don't want to be there yet. So I drove the wrong direction. Great. That was the one that was near me, so I figured that's the next location, not the previous location. I need to get back over into the desert. God, I'm tired. Let's look at this map. Try to get an idea. We can't go there, obviously, so I guess I gotta go, like, this direction. There's your wave marker. Master teleporter key. I guess I just drive more this way, because there's another one. Then if I go over here, here's another one. I can't mark these because they're so far away. So if I go from here, I make a left and then just drive north. Okay, this is gonna take a while. Just let me bike. I want a bike. Give me bike. Thank you. Yeah, now, Ethan. Well, hopefully you enjoyed. Have a good rest of your night. Thanks for stopping by. Thankfully, once I get to this area, I'm calling quits myself. Because like I said, I can't be up for too much longer myself with a bunch of errands I gotta take care of tomorrow. So, once we get to this area and get our save, that's why I will be calling it. What is this? Is that another save? Okay. Stone elevator to operate, psychic energy, telekinesis. There we go. So what does this do? Remember how I said I wish there was fast travel? If this could interconnect me to a different area, that'd be great. Telekinesis to move the PK stone. Oh, well, this is a problem, though, because the whole door is blocked by vines. Yep. Can't do this yet. I need some firepower. Well, it's marked on the map, so I can get back here later. Unfortunately, that was a waste of time. Again, we get some little things here and there to do in the map, and once I interact with this specific object, then it's marked. So I can come back here later, and I have a reference point now. So that's going to at least be helpful, that I don't have to worry about missing something like that later, I'll go back to the thing marked on my map and get whatever items locked behind that door once I got a fire beam. Because I probably need something like plasma beam, if I had to bet. Yeah, there's just nothing here. Wow, why? Why is there nothing? Oh, don't tell me. I know! I'm going there!
Have you checked out the volcano?
Okay, at least he's telling me a specific location in question. A volcano, which... I'm in a desert, you gotta be more specific, man. Because I see nothing but sand here. You gotta tell me the direction where the volcano is. I don't know if this is it. It might be, I don't know. Oh, these are new creatures. Oh, God. I just need to scan one. Don't stun lock me. Oh, my God. Don't do that. I'm not wanting to die. Sand Griever. Well, I was definitely getting grief. That's for sure. I've noticed. Extremely fast, extremely aggressive. Yeah, you don't say. There's more coming. Okay, we're in the clear. Now the question is, where we go from here? What the heck is that thing? Like a cannon. Oh, now he's telling me where to go because I've been screwing around for so long. That's where you want me. Man, that's the other side of the map. Oh my God, that's gonna take forever. Psychic boost rail. So we can't do that yet because that looks like it could be a boost ball related thing. Guess what I don't have? They tell me I came here just to die. Okay, friend. Where am I going in relation? Oh my God. You know, I think I'm gonna just veto that. You know what? I'm spoiling it for myself because this is such a big game. I need to know. Is there fast travel? Let's see. Motorcycle. Do we want that? Okay. Here we go. A relevant article. Is there fast travel? No, fast travel is not possible. Why? This is such a big world. And then you say, drive it, forehead. Like, are you kidding me? Unless I'm missing something here, because the things I'm reading so far for review outlets, I got the game early and played through enough of it to write articles. That's the only thing I have for reference points here. And just from the things I can see, just in the short amount of time this game's been out, yeah, that's not good. Seeing that there is no fast travel for a game that is this big, that makes no sense. Okay, hang on. So, actually, okay, getting back to the previous locations isn't fast travel okay, what was that wording? I have to read this verbatim because this quote is legit terrible. This is from the 6th access. They wrote a review about Metroid Prime 4, and this part specifically, I think someone needed to proofread this sentence more. Actually getting back to previous locations isn't fast travel fast, but thanks to the bike, it's also not actually all that time consuming. It does feel like a dead time, but the actual time you spend trekking back and forth isn't too bad when you feel focused on an objective. Getting to previous locations isn't fast travel fast, but thanks to bike, it's not all that time consuming. What is that sentence? They said the same thing twice. They should have deleted one of those fasts in that sentence. So to answer my question, there is no fast travel. You're literally driving from point A to point B. It doesn't take that long. The bike only goes so fast. And this is a big world. Have you seen the size of this map? That's like asking people to travel from the Great Plateau to Kakariko Village on the horse. And then once they get to Kakariko Village, tell them to go back to the Great Plateau on that same horse instead of using the fast travel option with the shrines. That would be an entirely different beast if you couldn't teleport around because of how big the world is. And this feels almost on a similar scale, just with nothing in it. That is really stupid. Legitimately, the open world on this is just super unnecessary. I am shocked it's this empty. And that's just like, man, I'm so disappointing on that one. Because the main adventure stuff we played so far has been fantastic. And then they dropped you into a literal nothing burger world. Guys, really? Really? Couldn't even like put a little thing here and there to interact with. Besides like a random enemy flying here and then you just shoot it. Boom, you're done. Alright, back to nothing. It's like that. That's bold. That's a bold choice. This is the argument where we don't need an open world in every game. This game is a great example for that argument. Between this and Mario Kart World, man. This is why I'm getting so fatigued of open world. This is a great game. It could have been a 9 out of 10, but the open world literally knocks it down a score. Because there's really no point to it being here. Man, that sucks. Because other than this part, I've enjoyed my time tonight with this. It's been really fun. And graphically speaking, no matter if we're on the Switch 1 or 2, performance or quality, doesn't really matter what you're saying on settings. The game looks great and runs fantastic. No issues. The controls are great. The flow scene's really nice. But then there's just nothing in the open world besides some crystals here and there, maybe an ability or a power-up in certain spots. And then nothing. I don't know why this exists. I really do not. Because honestly, the open world, if that wasn't here, I don't think people would be as upset in certain areas. Because that just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not even bothered with the amiibo, because I do have Metroid amiibo to scan, but they'll just give me like a sound effect or something here and there. It doesn't matter. There's still one option locked, but now I have the bike settings. Interesting. I can do motion control camera on that? Dear God, that would make me motion sick. Scans at 33%. I am shocked. How do I get out of here, though? Like, I'm trying to quit the game. Oh, here we go. Quick game. Time since last save, so it tells me about this one. I'm just curious about the autosave. Because that's the other thing. You can't skip certain cutscenes. Autosave is really weird. Because it works when it feels like it. I don't really see any, like, proper triggers for the autosaving. And it's too spaced out. I feel like that could be adjusted with a patch. Pretty easily. Yeah, this autosave wasn't that bad. Because 234, 228, these are a little bit closer together. I just missed some scans, that's it. That's acceptable. But yeah, this is a weird one, like I said. I'm gonna go back and out in the game because I want to see if there's an intro movie. I don't want to sound like a broken record, because when I'm tired, and I notice this a lot, especially when I watch back these streams, I ramble a lot, and I apologize. But that's just what happens when your brain starts shutting down because you're exhausted. But I have to summarize this point. Main gameplay is great. It feels just like the original Prime trilogy back on the GameCube/Wii days. The controls are really good, a lot of customization to it, but the open world really does not seem to have a reason to exist. It's just an open world section for the sake of saying, hey, this game is open world. Hey, boom, another selling point for the back of the box, baby. Like, I don't know, man. There's really no point to the open world section in this if they have nothing besides one thing here and then the other thing a good 100 miles away. The fact there's also no fast travel that I can read, I hope I'm wrong on this, but everything I'm reading so far tells me there's no fast travel. That also makes no sense, because of how big this world is. You need to have some easy way to go from point A to point B without literally driving 100 miles away. It'd be ideal to teleport instead. So that's another knock I have against this structure. And that's the thing I was worried about with some of the initial trailers being shown once the game was getting closer to being released this year. Because the initial shots we got when the game was revealed, after many years of just not being talked about, they look great! The initial trailers for Prime 4 looked like a proper follow-up to the last game on the Wii. And it's exactly what everyone was asking for the gameplay. But then they showed the open world stuff starting in September this year, and people got concerned. Because the world didn't feel like it was giving you enough to do. But we all thought that was a trailer problem. I'm sad that it's not a trailer problem. It's a legit issue. Because if that was not the complaint here, I don't think people would be complaining about this game as much as they are. Because I'm hearing so many people complain about certain aspects, and it seems like it's all tailored towards the open world stuff. To me, it's whatever. I can look past it because it's kind of a boring section of the game, yeah. But once I get to my next destination and I'm playing that high-octane Metroid Energy kind of gameplay I'm used to, not a big deal, because once I get to that part of the game, I'm not playing the open world anymore. I just gotta slog through that section. At that point, I'll just have something else in the background to distract me, like a podcast, or a video, live stream, whatever. That's what I do when I'm playing games anyway, so I don't notice some of this barren wasteland stuff in certain titles, because this is not the only game I've had this problem with. So, for me, it won't be as big of a deal, but to other people, this could be a deal breaker for a game that was this hyped up. It has been something people have been wanting for 8 years after being announced in the summer of 2017. Then it just went into silence for a good amount of time. It was between about a 2-year period with the original development, and then restarting in 2019 until now, that was another 5 years. Roughly. So, yeah, it had big shoes to fill. I think people were overhyping the game because they expected a lot out of it because of that time period. Temper your expectations going into this one. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, at least from what I can tell in first impressions, is a very fun game, but with a world that does feel very empty. So temper your expectations going into this. Don't expect this to play like the original trilogy in some areas, because it doesn't. But at the same time, the stuff it does well, Prime 4 exceeds. It's fun. It's recommended for a Prime fan, especially for any Metroid fan, I would say at this point. But just expect the one section of the game, the open world, expect in that section to have something in the background to distract you if you find it boring. That's pretty much my takeaway for Prime 4. But with that said, that's going to do it though for tonight's first impression. Kind of ending on a little bit of a downer note because of the open world kind of dragging things down for me, honestly. But again, that was the one thing I was worried about when they were initially showing the game. But I can look past it because of how the majority of the game is not going to be the open world. Once I get to a destination, I'm playing this like a traditional Prime game, and it's going to be a great time, because I enjoyed that stuff. And I'll just look past that problem by just putting on a podcast in the background. This will be a good podcast game, I feel. So, with that said, that's it though for tonight's stream. We'll be back next week with some streams. Stream schedule can look a little bit different though for next week because of the Game Awards happening on Thursday. I traditionally don't stream on that day, since I take the time myself to watch that specific event. I know a lot of people in this community probably do the same themselves. So Thursday is going to be the one day we're not streaming, but we will be streaming at least on the Tuesday and Wednesday slot. Other than that, go check out the Pikmin 2 series that's been ongoing. it's starting to pick up its pace at this point. We've been exploring more of the Awakening Wood, now going into a new area starting in the next episode coming up. So check out the series if you haven't already on the main YouTube channel. And I do want to get out some of these console review videos. My goal is to try to get one out this weekend. I'm hoping that is the case, because I have to finalize it still. I haven't had time this week to work on this, so it's putting me behind schedule. And I might be adjusting my plans for these videos because of that. I'll figure it out internally, but either way, December's a pretty packed month for me, as you can tell. So there's a lot to look forward to for the YouTube side, and even for some of these Twitch streams. But with that said, that's going to do it, though, for tonight. Now join the void with the outro screen. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you back here next week. Take care and have a good night, everybody.